before it became such a big entertainment industry that it is now, the number one entertainment industry in the world, it was all just about us, nerds. And now it's not, right? And I think that that's where some of that comes into from the back end. So anyway.
Everybody that I suck for not
Steel,
having my
Steel's
mic on.
here. He's fixing his mic. So if you guys can hear me, let me know. Steel's fixing his mic.
Real quick, for anybody that's in chat as well, let us know if you can hear us pretty well. Please. Let me know if Pong is sounding good. I'm actually going to tune in real quick. Hopefully it doesn't hurt anything. Sounds like I'm still a little loud. Check one for me, Pong.
Microphone check. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Living Split Screen on another beautiful Saturday morning.
It seems like we're at a good level. Maybe I could turn myself down a little bit more here. Oh, matter of fact,
Nam says we both sound good.
Nam, you saying we're sounding good, Nam?
Yeah, MF Great says we sound good.
Hey, MF Great. What is going on, beautiful people? Y'all feeling all right? Let me turn wow, my mic was actually turned down a little bit. Let me know if I still sound good. I'm going to actually turn myself down just a little bit more here. One more time for me, Pong. Check for me.
Check. Welcome to Living Split Screen. Another beautiful morning with Steel Rain and I. Let's go.
Okay. I do have mine at max volume though, so I think that'll be good. I'll turn me up back to I'll put it back up to 2.5. And ladies and gentlemen, if you couldn't tell, we were chopping it up actually for quite some time about something that we're probably going to talk about during this show, because as you can tell, with Phil on the thumbnail and my camera moving wherever the hell it wants to, we got to talk about everything being an Xbox. Maybe that's why it's bugging out, because it's an Xbox.
It's not a camera, Steel. You got a little drone.
Oh, it is.
Drone that followed you.
It is. It's definitely a personalized drone. I'm trying to see if I
can't wait for that day, Steel, when we're all got our personalized drones and we're walking down the street and it's just drones following everybody, recording our entire lives.
It's gonna be a scary time. That's gonna be a scary time. No, I mean there is gonna be a time where as soon as you go outside, you're gonna be recorded. You're going to be just live all the goddamn time. And you're going to wonder why you have no privacy anymore every time that you go out. It's just what it is, man. He said the camera's trying to expose me. I hope not. I got pants on, so I got shorts on.
Oh, we're going to have some Mike Tyson action? Let's go.
Bite some gloves. That was very interesting. I found that, that whole entire thing.
You wear your cup for the podcast? Is that what
you do? You got to keep it in check. Let me see if I can get the camera to fucking focus back on me. There you go, Cam. Oh man, the camera got a mind of its own. But no, the whole Mike Tyson, Jake Paul thing was very
bullshit.
Yeah. The fact that it even came down to score, regardless, I think it personally is an embarrassment to Jake. Again, you boxed with Mike Tyson. That's great and all. You also boxed against an old Mike Tyson. You didn't knock him out. You didn't even knock him down. Like, you won by points. I think that's whack. And that puts a little bit more of a stain on your name. But again, I guess you could say you fought Mike Tyson. I didn't fight Mike Tyson. So, and I wouldn't fight Mike Tyson even at that age. So, hey, he did better than I would. So,
Jeff,
I didn't watch it.
Watching the highlights, and I watched some of it because actually Antonio Brown was live streaming it from there, so I did get to see a part of it because I don't have Netflix. But anyways, just watching it, Mike is again as great a shape as Mike was in, and as how much training he obviously.
Yeah, Roy said he didn't have any legs. And now when I was thinking about it,
because Father Time is undefeated, man.
Oh yeah.
And your VO2 max is the first thing to go. Your VO2 maxes out at your late 20s into your early 30s, and then from there it is a free fall. No matter what you do, it's just not. You can't maintain it. It's just not. It's not going to happen. And you saw it. And I think that Jake, again, as much as I wanted Tyson, and I still believe it was just for show.
Yeah, I think it was still show. Like,
I think it was.
It's hard for me to believe that it was.
Yeah, but I think Jake, as much as I give the Paul brothers all the credit in the world for building their dynasty and both going out.
Sure,
And I never get. I'm not one of those people that hate on people just because they went and did something that I personally wouldn't do, or I think their shit's corny or whatever the case may be. Like, I don't hate on people for going and making the money. Like, if there's people that are going to support you and find you entertaining,
people do.
So be it. And Jake, let me tell you this, as much as I don't like him either, he put in the work to be able to get in the ring with anybody, no matter what. That dude is working hard, man.
Yeah.
So I give him all the credit in the world, but what I will say is I give Jake credit for not going after Mike. He could have gone after Mike when Mike lost his legs and it was over with. He could have put Mike on the canvas. Like, he could have done that. And I think I have a little respect, even if you say, like, I mean,
it's boxing though. Like, you know what you're signing up for, but I get you.
It's exhibition. It was already bad enough that Jake signed up to go after a 58-year-old man.
Yeah, that was already like,
it's already kind of whatever. Let's get in the ring with some people your age, bro. Let's really see who you are as a boxer. Let's do this for real. But it's fine. It's fine. I just think that Jake did let up and could have put Mike on his back.
I feel like I would have rather seen Roy Jones Jr. fight Jake.
Yeah, I mean,
just because he's been doing it for longer, and
anybody that had some stamina. I mean, again, anybody who could go.
He went 8th. I mean, he went to 8th though. I mean, he
did, but he didn't have anything. And like I said, had Jake actually pressed him, it would have been over with. I mean, he could have pressed him all night long, and it would have been.
They had heavier gloves too, I think. You said 14-ounce gloves. What is it normally like? Is it 10-ounce or 8-ounce gloves?
Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said, Stanley Francois. When it was brought up last night on PM to PM.
Yeah, it was like WWE.
It's WWE. Yeah, and I long for the old. Going back to nostalgia again. I would love to see. Everything is UFC. Everything is, obviously mixed martial arts now, MMA stuff. That's become the big brand. That's become the popular way to fight. I watched it early on. It was cool, but it wasn't my. I love, and I've said this before. I love classic boxing.
There's nothing like that.
Just hands, bro. And I wish the heavyweight division,
not all the hugging shit and all, like, I mean, there was that happened, but it definitely happened more strategically, seemingly back in the day when you had the big names in there, right? And we just don't have those big names like that in at least heavyweight boxing. In heavyweight boxing, I honestly feel like that middle heavyweight to heavyweight, that's what made boxing popular, I think. And then it kind of went down, right? You had your smaller guys and everything. Of course, I'm not saying that the lower weight classes.
You had different classes as well. Hector Camacho Machos, right? You had those dudes. It was just such a prime sport because that's what everybody went and watched. There was no MMA, right?
Right.
Everybody, money was
that's a good
there.
point.
Like,
MMA
that's what kids, kids dreamt growing up wanting to be boxers. Now they want to grow up and be MMA fighters, right? So it's just a different generation, man. It's just you don't have that talent coming up through the ranks like that anymore. I miss it, bro. I miss it, man. Because that back in the day, oh boy, that was fun to watch, man. You got your Evanders, you had all that kind of stuff. It was cool to see Evander and Lennox Lewis show up before the match and give Tyson hugs or whatever else and bum up a little bit before. That was dope because that's what I grew up on was that heavyweight class, man. It was crazy, bro. It was such a good time.
I didn't end up tuning in and watching it. Heard Netflix was having issues with it. I know Kate posted something essentially saying that Netflix had it together and there weren't going to be any problems. It ended up being problems. Hey, that's how these things go. Hey, I would assume, again, of course you would imagine that it would be at least decent, right? But that would tell me that they got a lot more people who tuned into it than maybe even Netflix was expecting. And again, I do think that maybe there had to have been some underestimation there. I know Mike's a big name, and Jake Paul, again, has made a bit of a name for himself as well, or has made a name for himself. I didn't expect for there to be any hype, right? Like that. But again, with it being on Netflix, it is more accessible to more people than ever. And I think that is a bonus. So there are probably a lot of people who probably got home and was like, just turned on their Netflix like there's the usual thing. I said, Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, let me see what this is about. And maybe they tuned in, and because I heard the girl fight was really good. I saw a couple clips of that. So
yeah, that was brutal. I saw the after effects. I didn't see the fight, but I saw the clips afterwards. And boy, man, that one girl, she got headbutted like oh wow, that was crazy. She had an open eye. That was big, man. I just there's still some entertaining boxing happening, obviously, out there in the world. It's just that MMA has taken over everything, and it's just like
I don't like watching MMA as much as I like watching boxing.
I don't. I love the strategy of the boxing, man. Yeah, hey, just hands, bro. Just hands, man.
Because all the kicking stuff, like that's good. Like, I mean, I get if we in a street fight, you know, I'm ready. Like, okay, yeah, dude, throw whatever you got. But
all the different styles. I mean, MMA has its appeal, right?
If we're in a martial arts, like we in a movie or something, like it's bad.
Yeah.
Crow says, is there an extra fee for the pay-per-view or on Netflix, or is it free?
$20, I think, right?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if it was like,
I heard it was like $20.
Okay.
Or maybe it was part of Netflix. Maybe everybody was just saying you had to sign up for Netflix.
I don't have Netflix, so
that's probably it. Yeah, neither do I anymore. So, but
and I get that understanding.
The female fight was brutal. Yeah, I just saw the blood afterwards. I saw that girl afterwards. I saw some of the highlights. I was like, damn, they went at it, man. So
yeah, it was good. It was definitely getting to it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking a little bit about Xbox's strategy. As you can tell, Phil Spencer is on the thumbnail this week with multiple devices behind them. And I put out some spicy takes this week as well. I would say spicy, but it's consistent on how I feel about the industry, what I think the vision is for Microsoft and Xbox. I do concede to Pong in some of the things of like Money Men getting more involved, the Activision Blizzard deal, making some vast changes. Again, being that accelerant, again, they have said the same things, right, between Phil and Satya. I think Sarah Bond has even hinted at some of those things as well. It's going to be really interesting. Again, the trailer that went out this week, essentially, and I might play it during the show just so we can kind of have a baseline of what we talk about. But the trailer that went out this week from Xbox, essentially showing that everything is an Xbox, right? I thought the bit of smoke that I saw people coming, bringing into that, and again, this is something that has carried over not only in the Twitter space, but I saw this on Facebook as well. There were people, some people on Instagram, not really majorly, some YouTube video comments and whatnot, but for the majority of it, I have seen people overall feel negative about that trailer and feel like that Xbox does not care about their consumer anymore. I adamantly disagree with that, right? I know that might not be the greatest take for some people. There is something to be said about the strategy for a software-based company, giving themselves some freedom from the console hardware market and being able to team up, cooperate, however you want to get in business with, shake hands with other partners. For an example, like an Asus ROG Ally, which the new Ally is called, well, the updated one's called the Ally X, which is, I also find very interesting. I feel like it's playing into something, and there did seem to be a solid partnership between the two, right? Phil had talked about the device on several different occasions, and he has admitted, at least this most recent time through an interview, that, hey, something like that, it's not going to be at least available for at least another couple of years, or whatever our next strategy is not going to be available for that couple of years. And I'm paraphrasing there. So to see those things and to see where his perspective is coming from on those things, I do feel it's somewhat consistent, although I do think we need to throw in the question the exclusive side of things, when things are going to either leave, go away. And I do think that that's a valid question for people, right? Because there does need to be a reason why people jump into your ecosystem. And I do think doing something similar to what PlayStation does as far as time exclusivity goes, right? Hey, it's going to be in our ecosystem for 6 months. Hey, if other people wait the 6 months, then hey, they wait for the 6 months. But kind of similar to the movies, where now you see movies be out for 6 months in the movie theater, and then it goes into Disney Plus, or it goes into Netflix, or it goes into whatever subscription service, right? Where previously, and I think it's even shorter than that now, some movies will be in the movie theater for 3 months, and then at the end of the 90 days, it's in a subscription service. I've been seeing that happen much more frequently. I do think that that's still a good strategy to play into, hey, jump into our ecosystem, but just as much is I think that they can bring people into the ecosystem through a piece of hardware that allows access to multiple platforms or other places where you can acquire games, like a Steam, like an Epic, like a GOG, that allow you to download those games and play them natively. And I do think that that is their overall goal, to become more PC-like in that way, while still giving their console users, their consumers, their gamers, an easily accessible, kind of an easily understandable HUD or user interface, right? And I think that's one of the biggest things I know Pong has spoke to before, Mav spoke to before, the majority of the console bases spoke to before. And even for me, if I'm going to get a handheld device, I would like, even if it's a toggle or even if it's a setting or whatever I got to do, for there to be more ways for me to customize that experience to have the best user-friendly experience that I can have. And there are ways to do it now. Like, shout out to K Asante Everborn. They were going through some different ways of really like booting up your PC directly into Steam, right? In big picture mode, and it pretty much acting like a console. You could turn your PC on with your controller if you really want to, right? And it boots straight up into Steam if that's what you wanted your PC to be, and have the other options, a wireless keyboard, stuff like that. But it's very interesting. Sly Crow says ROG Alloy. Who is the system for? It might be for Aloy, my fault. ROG Ally, excuse me. Vandal says, I'm so tired of this Xbox everywhere drama. As long as I have a console, my library, and Game Pass, I don't care anymore. Understanding also says, that's the lames on Twitter. Content creators need to stop bringing that shit to YouTube. SMH. And MF Great, I'd be a happy little consumer if they came out with a new controller. Hey, same, man. I've been having some controller issues recently. You know, it seems like when you go hardwired, right? It makes me feel like I need to go get a specific hardwired controller so that I don't have the port issues anymore, because it seems like after some time, typically like 6 months, either I got to get a new cord or the the actual port in the controller is like loose or whatever. It's just weird. Anyway, let's introduce the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Living Split Screen, a non-console centric platform that goes live every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. If you did not know, we are also the home of that RTS view. That's real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull our resources together so that we can have not only an overall conversation about the gaming industry in totality, but also build up that foundation for us and the other gamers that are out there. With that being said, we are also the home of that ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong are not working in the gaming industry. We are two gamers who are extremely passionate about the industry. We have a wide taste in game, a wide variety in games that we like to chop it up about, get into, share. Multiple occasions, you might hear me coin the term again, and I need to bring it back more often. Once again, that gaming is art and should be treated as such. Point blank, period. Everybody has different perspectives on it, and we're here to bring ours, and that's what that ECP is a part of, bringing our real life knowledge, mixing it in with that gaming kind of ideology that we kind of have, and taking that RTS view to bring it to you guys and have that overall conversation. So greatly appreciate everybody who's tuning in. If you're on the Twitch side of things, I didn't end up changing it. It is going to my Twitch channel currently. So that's Steel Rain on Twitch, twitch.tv, Steel Rain, that T is a 7. But I am your host, Steel Rain. You can majorly, for the majority, find me, Steel Rain, that T is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place to type that information in. And I think we're going to have a fucking fantastic show, man. It's 168. Got a lot of juicy things to talk about. I think the Xbox topic is going to be a wide-ranging topic that we'll talk to majorly, because I just have a good faith, and me and Pong are kind of on the opposite sides of ideology, although we do kind of meet in the middle and agree on a lot of the different things and the direction that it's going and why it's going that way and things to that. And I think that's going to be dope to speak to, but that's enough of me in the business side of things. I got to introduce the uncanny gentleman himself before I get into the games that I've been into this week, in case you haven't been tuning in. The uncanny gentleman, the brother from another, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. We don't mess with Cyclops over here, although he does have some moments. But nonetheless, the guy, my confidant, the one and only Pong. So, And we had some bombs coming in here. Real quick, before you get that bomb off, let me get Chris Jones 5 bones out the way. He says, finally caught my brothers live. Golden age of gaming legends. 100.
Appreciate you. See you. Let's go.
Appreciate that. Pong,
hey,
what's going
good morning,
on?
Everybody. Good morning. What do you got?
No, what's going on, man? What's up? How you feeling?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Living Split Screen. Listen, first things first. I got a new pre-workout Steel.
Oh, okay. What brand is it?
Well, no, it's the same. I've used this brand before, right? So Insane Labs, right?
Oh, okay.
And again,
gotcha,
we're not sponsored anybody. We're not sponsored. We haven't gotten to that level. I'll take it though.
Hit us with the email. It's on the channel.
Come on through. Anything, whatever. I do put my pre-workout even on the mornings. I
rock with Ghost. I rock with some Ghosts too. Hey, Ghost, hit us up.
There you go. So, anyways, I mix my brands because obviously they all have different formulas. Okay. And I get used to the shit.
Mix them into one?
Mix them up. No.
Oh, okay.
I try.
I was about to say, that's interesting.
Let me put it that way.
Do a scoop of one and do a scoop of other.
So anyways, there's a good company out there that Insane Labs, right?
Okay.
And so I've used their Hellboy version, which is a high stim version, right? So I was getting to the last bit of that, so I was going through, and I always try to find deals on pre-workout because again, to me, it really doesn't matter. It's like, okay, pre-workout is pre-workout. It's an energy drink, okay? It's better for you than straight up energy drinks are if you do
without the sugar. But anyways,
that's why I do it. That's why I do it this way. So anyways, I was like, oh, let's go back. Insane Lads had a deal. I found a deal for a 60 servings bunch, which for like $50. So I was like, oh, that's a good deal for 60 servings because I only use one serving. Again, I'm not the crazy mofo. Even when I was working out like hard, like I was back in the day in my prime, I still wasn't that dude that was just pouring powder in my mouth. Okay.
Yeah,
there's dudes out there.
That was so weird.
I can't do that. Okay. So I do one scoop, like max 2 scoops on some stuff if I need a little extra boost, but I'm a 1 scoop dude. I ain't abusing this shit. Okay.
Yeah. Same.
Because it's not good for you overall if you abuse it. Anything is not good.
Yeah.
So anyways, so I'm like, okay, cool. So I get this Insane Lab Psychotic, right? And it's not even listed as a high stim one, right? So I'm like, all right, it's gonna be a normal, whatever. I'm telling you right now, Steel, I got it yesterday in the mail from Amazon. And so I poured it this morning. I just did my 1 scoop, like always, right? I just came off their high stim stuff. So I'm like, whatever. This is a totally different formula. And I'm telling you, like at first I was drinking through it. And actually you can see I still have a little bit left. I was drinking through it and I'm like, yeah, this is definitely not high stim. I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm like, we're back to normal again. But it woke me up, which is all I care about.
Okay.
While you and I were talking, Steel, this shit came up.
It
creeped up on me. Yeah, it creeped up on me, and right now, starting to get some sweats, bro. And I ain't gonna lie,
you got a little tingle going on.
Yeah. So if I'm all over the place today, you guys understand why?
He's tingling,
okay? Because
you got spidey senses.
I don't get the niacin tingles anymore. I don't get that. But I'm just telling you right now, I do have the sweats. Like that's popped in. And I'm like,
you're amped up.
Yo, I might have to go grab a bite to eat here because I am on an empty stomach too. Which
anyways. I mean that helps it kick in faster. But you'll feel like crap.
I work out fasted, so I'm used to it, right?
Yeah.
But right now, this stuff is kicking in. So if you guys want something pretty decent, Insane Labs Psychotic, again, we're not sponsored. Go check it out. Anyways, listen, let's get to this. First of all, we had a single ticket buyer this morning. That's right, the God Emperor Sofa King. Welcome to Horde of Ors. Welcome aboard the Splitter Hype Train. Get buckled in, God Emperor. Again, we don't discriminate. We love the single ticket buyers around here because the goal never changes at 69. That's right, 69 never changes, but we don't discriminate. So welcome aboard, God Emperor Sofa King. Choo-choo, motherfucker. Thank you for that single buy. And then, of course, the one and only Decado said, oh, it's Saturday morning. We can't start off at a nice little mock 2.25 this morning. Thanks to God Emperor. We got to bump that up a little bit. So he got us with a little bit of extra credit to an even mock 3.0 because he came on through with the 10 bomb. That's right. He got on the court with the easy 10 dunk this morning, dropped off that bag of coal, which we are shoveling into the furnace, getting it burning hot this morning. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Thank you, Mikado. And welcome aboard 2 new carfuls of splitters. Welcome to the Splitters Hype Train. Buckle up. Make sure you pay attention to the screens above your head and make sure you pay attention to the attendants who are showing you how to buckle into those 4-point harnesses so we don't lose you. Hashtag no beans. Because we ain't slanging beans around here. So thank you. Thank you for that, guys. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, Steel.
We have 69 train cars. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
You got them right.
What a week. Again, I'm still filthy casual. I ain't gonna lie. I'm filthy console casual, just rocking out on Diablo. I am moving the story forward. I set it on PM to PM on
You mentioned it, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I'm not gonna lie, in the Vessel of Hatred, the story so far. Again, I haven't finished it up yet, but I am pushing it forward. Been very slow and methodical, otherwise just grinding away, doing my thing on Diablo. But I gotta say, I was expecting after the main story that we got with the launch,
right,
which was absolutely incredible, right? I was expecting that they were gonna have more of their famous CGI cutscenes. I was expecting more. I've gotten some, but now that I'm progressing the story, that's kind of dwindled off, and it's just kind of normal story modes. No extra flair, no extra anything. We'll see if that changes. Again, I've seen some people have some comments about the ending to this story. So I can't wait to get there to try to see. Yeah, to try to see if I have some feelings about it. But I am a little disappointed from Blizzard. I thought after the big launch, I mean, they're setting records. They're making hand over fist money. Like, even if people have fell off of Diablo, listen, there's no shortage of people playing Diablo 4 right now. Okay, there is not even close to a shortage. So I was expecting a little bit of effort.
Damn.
And I'm not feeling it right now. Right, I'm not feeling it compared to the setup Steel that we got for Vessel of Hatred.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Yeah. How that setup was going. It feels rushed, and it feels like they only did half-ass job on some of the stuff. So, for me, it's a little disappointing there.
Yeah.
But still having a great time in Diablo. I'm not going to lie. It's my looter. I have already made it clear that once Path of Exile 2 does launch in December, I am moving over.
They did another teaser, too, for it.
Yeah, they did another teaser, and they've got a show coming next week. They're going to have another behind-the-scenes talk about stuff that they got going on in Path of Exile 2. That's coming up, I believe, on the 21st, I want to say, if I remember correctly. I am going to move the Path of Exile 2, and I'm going full bore from the get-go. That is going to be my looter, and I'm locked in, right? At least until Borderlands 4 comes out next year. I'm locked into Path of Exile 2. I think I'm going to hop off of Diablo, and something really changes, or I'm not feeling Path of Exile 2. I'm going to hop in from early access. I want to learn the Path of Exile systems. Again, I played Path of Exile 1.
Yeah.
I probably got maybe close to 100 hours in total on Path of Exile
that was
1,
back
which
then,
is nothing.
Too. Yeah.
That's a drop in the bucket to Path of Exile, right? And yes, I played it originally, and I played it a few times as they've updated it as well, but I never got fully into everything, right? I'm planning on doing that this time around because I really think they're going to knock it out of the park from everything I'm seeing. And so that's what I'm going to do. But Diablo is still great. Diablo still fills a role in my life. Obviously, I'm up to, I think, 430 hours now in Diablo 4. So
I think PoE allows you to use, they don't make you make a new character every season either. You can progress your main character.
Unless that changes this time around, but you can progress your main character, correct? Yes.
Which is the other thing that makes Path of Exile so dope, and I think that's one of the number one changes that I was hoping that Diablo would end up making, because you do get that, you start getting into that place, and I think that may be why some people drop in and out so frequently or not, because when a new season comes out, you can't carry your character forward, or there's not a reason to carry your character forward, right? At least that's the way that it feels, whereas Path of Exile, because the skill tree is so massive, because there are so many different potentials, because there are so many different things that you can do, they just add, at least from what I've seen, I could be being completely ignorant. I've only played Path of Exile for probably less than 20 hours. I was having a good time with it. It did give me those Diablo 2 vibes that I do miss very heavily, but yeah, it never stuck for me. I never really gave it some time. So maybe I'll drop it in, because when is PoE 2 supposed to release?
December 15th, mid-month, I think, is when they moved it to, because it was supposed to release this month, right?
Okay.
Early access was supposed to be out this month.
And Vanda was saying that in PoE you definitely have to start a new character every season. Oh, okay.
You do. Okay. I didn't.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm speaking from a place of ignorance. I'm straight up saying that I don't play Path of Exile. Have not played it like that. I just figured that you could possibly, at least from what I've seen, that you can carry your character forward, especially with how expansive the skill tree is. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. But again, maybe I could just be, maybe I am off in that. So
December 6th deal.
December 6th. Oh, it's right around the corner. Damn.
Yeah, right around the corner. So
that's the early access or that's release?
It's early access.
Okay.
They're starting in early access and then they're going to go to full release. So as far as I'm aware of, because you can't, can you play Path? Maybe I'm totally off, but I'm totally, no, never mind. It is, I guess. Is this hold on.
I don't know. Cause I was going to say, I don't think full launch already for PoE 2. I thought it was a little bit further away.
Yeah,
I thought it was like a 2025 like summer kind of release kind of thing. I mean, again, maybe I'm just off on that. I'm not in the ARPG scene, the community, picking up on Diablo and Path of Exile, what last epoch got going on. I mean, you're talking about Diablo, it automatically kind of brings up those other ones and what they're doing in comparison and everything. So.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, you can't play it on Steam right now. There's no early access or anything like that. And it's planned release date December 2024. I think they're considering this early access. I'm pretty sure they're considering that.
I guess we'll find out when we get closer, and we'll let y'all know.
Anyways. So Diablo 4 is still rocking and rolling. I'm doing my thing.
Nice.
I will say I did jump into Metal Slug Tactics, which dropped in.
Yeah, Mav said it was good.
Decado says the ending is epic. Diablo, says he doesn't really like the Spiritborn. I actually enjoy the Spiritborn class. And again, it plays into how I like to do things. AOE. Since I went full centipede route, which is poison. I love.
Heard
AOE.
people like that.
Yeah. And plus, it casts fear at the same time. Okay. So any mobs can't mob you when you're solo. Yeah, you're cause him to run away constantly while you're just rocking and rolling on him. I love that stuff, man. So I like the Spiritborn class, but Decado, if you say it's epic, I'm gonna see, brother. I'm gonna see. I am gonna finish it off and make sure that I do get to the end. But otherwise, Metal Slug Tactics, I jumped into that for a short period. Again, I haven't played a ton of it. But that dropped into game. That was the surprise Game Pass. It wasn't initially announced for Game Pass, and then right before launch, they had announced it. Listen, I love Tactics. I love Metal Slug. I love the old school Metal Slug. So I used to play it back in the arcade back.
Yeah, I love Metal Slug. I'll play it right now.
Animation style. I love the animation style.
Between Metal Slug and Gunstar Heroes, those are two games that I'll play like literally right now and just get lost in them. Especially Metal Slug. Metal Slug used to, bro. Anytime you cut it on, I gotta play at least a few runs. It's so fucking good. It's so good.
I love the animation. I love the character work. I love everything about it. It's just such a dope, cool world, man. For a side shooter, man. It's just such an awesome experience. So going to a tactics game, like I had played the demo on Steam too. When they had launched it, so I kind of got the whole intro. They gave you the intro. They gave you the tutorial, right? To play. So I'd started that. So I played through the tutorial. I was like, yep, this is exactly what I played. Just totally cool, man. It's got different mechanics from other tactics games, and I love that. It's not your straight up tactics. They've got their own spin on it because in Metal Slug Tactics, actually, because they took it from so Metal Slug is a run and gunner, right? It's a side scroller run and gunner, right? That's what it is. So they incorporate that. They're making a turn-based tactics game, but they incorporate that because your defense actually goes up the further you move your character, which is the opposite of some tactics games, right? So the more you move your character, the higher their defense goes up. So that's an added layer of strategy, and it's different from other tactics games.
Oh, okay.
So you got to kind of reverse your mind a little bit and go, okay, wait, I actually want to move them and engage the enemies because my defense goes up, which increases my chances.
They want you to be more aggressive.
Right. It wants you to, as a tactics game. So that was dope, right? They got some other really cool, not that no other tactics games do combos and that kind of stuff. They got some really cool mechanics with combos. If your players are lined up, they don't have to be right next to the enemy because you got weapons, you got guns in this, so obviously metal.
You can shoot from a distance,
So you can shoot from distance, so you can get those combos from distance, which is cool too. And that's a free extra turn attack when you set those up properly, and you could do it with grenades too. Some of your characters only have grenades, so it's kind of cool as hell, man. So anyway, so I got through the tutorial and I was like, all right, cool, let's get into this first level. Tutorial played exactly like it did, right? I'm not playing on hard. I don't play tactics games on hard. Again, I love strategy, but I like the normal levels. Again, I'm not trying to bang my head. I'm not doing
trying to have a good time.
Other things to do. I'm just trying to have a good time. So I'm like, all right, I'm set. Let's go into this first level. Well, first level comes around, they just throw you right into the fire. They taught you the basics, but there's other stuff that still they throw you in the fire. They say, okay, now you can, in a lot of tactics game, opening round, they allow you to set up your characters in a selected area. You can set them up how you want to.
Okay.
That's same here.
That's kind of cool.
You got to strategize. Like you got the enemy layout. You can kind of see the enemies, right? You can kind of see the map. And you want to lay out your strategy with your characters. I'm like, okay, no problem. Got this. Multiple level areas as well, and you got to take that into consideration. You can't, if you're standing on top of a building, you can't shoot down at somebody. You got to get down on their level. That's normal for some tactics games that use multiple levels as well. Okay, so I set up. I'm like, I'm ready to rock and roll. Yeah, no, Steel, I'm not joking. First turn, Steel. After I get done attacking, first turn, that enemy I had set up completely what I thought was a decent strategy, blown out of the water. That enemy came and knocked, because you get 3 characters, right? So
right.
Knocked a character out first round. Knocked one of my characters out first round. I was like, what just freaking happened? Like, compared to the tutorial, I was like, these dudes were aggressive.
Okay.
They came in force, knocked out one, teamed up on one of my characters and knocked her out, and I was down to 2 characters. Next turn, another character gone, Steel. This is opening, like this is like the beginning. Like, okay, we're not ramping up to anything. This is straight up normal. I'm like,
so do you feel like the tutorial didn't set you up properly for
it gave me a false sense of security, Steel. Let's put it that way. Like what they showed in the tutorial, maybe, but what they showed in the tutorial was completely different as far as enemy tactics and the amount of enemies in the first level. Because they called in reinforcements too, Steel.
Oh.
So it wasn't like what I just saw. Like, I think they opened up and there was like 8 enemies on the board, right?
Okay.
They called in reinforcements like right away and dropped in more guys right away.
Isn't that similar to what like Marvel Midnight Suns did as well? They'll call in reinforcements?
Yes, similar to that, but quicker than that. Like Marvel Midnight Suns even didn't start this hard. And Marvel Midnight Suns has got a deep in strategy, deep. Like that's something. This is Metal Slug Tactics. Like, I was not prepared for this. So I was like, okay, well, this is dope. I like how it plays. I love the mechanics, but I've got to rearrange my thinking because obviously how I'm playing this is completely wrong. So I will warn everybody. It's out there. It's Game Pass. Go try it.
Okay.
But for me at least, and I'm a tactics dude, played a lot of tactics game, that opening first level, normally, again, Steel, you ramp up, right? Normally, they kind of get you, okay, you're going to go through your opening levels. Like, you know, again, it's not tutorial, but you're going to start out slow. You're going to build up. You're going to get some experience, right? You're going to figure things out. They're going to show you some different areas with some new strategies involved, like how you want to set up your characters, all that kind of stuff. They're going to give you different layouts. They're going to get you into the flow. And then it's going to ramp up as you get into the game. Straight out the gate, brother. They're coming for you.
That's crazy.
They're coming. So, like, I was like, okay. But I am planning on playing more of Metal Slug Tactics. It is really cool. I love how they set it up. It keeps the atmosphere of the Metal Slug games intact. Even though it is turn-based, it still keeps the animations. All of that stuff is there. All the charm, I should say, of Metal Slug is there. So I'm loving that game. So go check it out. Game Pass, no risk. If you're into tactics, go check it out. Maybe you'll have an easier time than me. Maybe you'll be like, Pong, I have no idea what you're talking about. But again, for me, I was kind of taken aback by how aggressive it was early, like that early. I was like, whoa, okay. But yeah, that's all I've done this week, Steel. Really, again, console only. I haven't touched my PC again for this week, so I'm still playing console. For all those people who want to think just because I have PC that I've gone PCMR, I have not. There is a reason why I keep saying that if Xbox comes out with something compelling hardware-wise, and we're going to talk about it, that I will buy it. Next generation, I still love my box, man.
Yeah.
I still love it. I got to say that I did have to spend some time this week, though, Steel.
Doing what?
Making room.
Oh, what you do? What you got?
Because the game's coming out, bro. Because of
Stalker is one of them for sure. I know.
Stalker, I pre-downloaded 150 gigs.
No, that game is massive.
150. I was thinking
I think it might be the texture packs and stuff like that.
It's got to be the texture. It's got to be the 4K. It's got to be the Unreal Engine 5.
I imagine it's gonna look good on the OLED for you.
Oh boy, it's gonna look beautiful, and I'm gonna try it on PC as well, obviously. So
you think you'll be able to get into it, man? I know you say you played Stalker before,
yes.
like back in the day or whatever the case might be for a little bit. You think this speaking to you a little bit?
For sure.
Okay.
For sure. I'm hopping in 100% into Stalker 2. So I pre-downloaded. Then we have Flight Sim. And I am going to
check out Flight Sim. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I want to try out this gamified version of Flight Sim. I really do. I love it. Again, it's not going to be something that I, continuously play unless it really catches me, but I love to try Flight Sim. I love flying. I love the go. Again, time wise, it's just like I gotta be playing something else, but I do want to try this one, so I gotta make room for that.
Hey, Vandal, pause. He says Pong Soul loves black box. Confirmed.
Oh. I said I love my box. Did I say I love my black box? I didn't say I love my black box. I said I love my box. What the fuck? Man, oh man, what are we doing? I'm telling you, this generation's cooked.
Yo, shout out to Vandal. That's hilarious.
So I had to make room for that. Stalker 2, then Flight Sim, and then we have Indiana Jones right around the corner too in December as well, Steel. So
yeah, I won't be playing in December, but there's a reason why I will be playing a lot of different things, but we'll see.
But I have too many. Call of Duty just got another big, huge, massive update for season 1.
Warzone rank drop.
So I had to do that, and I don't even have Warzone downloaded. I just got the regular, right? But I got so many big games, Diablo, right? Call of Duty. I had Starfield still downloaded on my console, right? I finally had to delete that. I did. The reason why I had to do that, though, Steel, is because I kept clans on there, MechWarrior clans, because maybe we'll go back to it.
That might be fun.
I had that on there. So I did keep that in there. But I had to make decisions, Steel, because of these games coming out. Like, we are getting inundated, especially from Xbox right now for Game Pass, like crazy. So
Crow says, Steel, that did not deserve a shout out. It was just funny because I heard what Pong said, and it's funny when Vandal picks up on certain things and just throws it in chat, and I randomly see it. Because Vandal always like makes little slight remarks, but I just happened to look over the chat, and the first thing I saw was Pong loves black box, and I just. Hey, that's what's up, man. Hey,
Massel, I don't need any more memory. I'm used to this. Again, as a grazer, I always do this. I always have to rotate things in and out.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I graze anyway. It's just right now there's so many big games. Stalker 2 is 2 games, like 2 big AAA games in one, right? With 150 gigs. Like, that's crazy. So it's just that we have so many big games right now that I'm into that I've had to do this, but I'm always rotating my memory. I've never been that guy that needed expansive, more storage, just because I'm used to it. So anyways. That's been my week, man. Nothing exciting, Steel, but we're coming into exciting times. Again, you just heard me. I'll definitely be playing Stalker 2 a ton. I'll be trying out Flight Sim for sure.
Okay.
Path of Exile 2 talk will be big here. I'm definitely jumping into that day one. So we're gonna have some good talks about some other different stuff from me, at least. Steel's all over the place. He's a master at doing this. He's got the time.
Yeah, something like that. Decado says, I turned into a filthy COD multiplayer. Friends are having seizures. Well, I'm trying to understand what you mean by how are your friends having seizures? Like, are you like you're the one rocking and rolling? And if you're playing multiplayer, Decado, I don't see. You know what's funny? I don't know if I'm going to end up playing multiplayer again in Black Ops 6 because I just like Wars. I like the way that Warzone feels. Dropping in, picking up a gun, the instant pressure that you have with just being unprepared. I think it's just a dope feeling, right? Decado says they thought I would never do multiplayer again. Oh, okay, I hear that. But I was having a good time in multiplayer, so I might drop in and out. But the major thing for me though, and the reason I say that is the main reason why I may not end up playing Stalker. I do think that I'll probably end up trying Flight Sim out, just because I've been debating on. There's been a couple years at least here where I've been wanting to jump into Ace Combat, because I haven't played an Ace Combat game since probably the PlayStation 2, honestly, like, or around that time, right?
That's crazy.
Like, I literally have not, and it's one of my favorite game types. Like, I love that. Like, that was obsessed with was that Battle Hog or something like that back in the day? It was made by Sierra. I can't remember the fucking exact name, but anyway, but I was super obsessed with a lot of that stuff. And I actually, funny note, my first like ever goal of what I wanted to be in my like life was a jet pilot. And then I found it out that I had astigmatism and it was bad. And I wasn't getting laser surgery at the time. It wasn't as cheap as it is today, but yeah, that was one of my first loves. Actually, I wanted to become a jet pilot, and basically because of those games. But yeah, I've been debating on like jumping into like an Ace Combat or something like that, just because it's fun. And with Flight Sim now having more objective based missions and things like that, that would definitely get my attention more, because I could pop it on. Maybe I do a flight, and I would probably put it on. I'm not going to put it on like a super sim mode. I would definitely give myself a challenge that I would feel is good enough for me playing on, because I want to play with a controller. But I would like to do maybe a couple flights, save some people, whatever the case might be, do something dope. And I think that'll be a lot of fucking fun. Ducato says, never played Warzone or any battle royale. Hey, I feel it. It's not for everybody. It's definitely something that you got to like. I think at this point, Warzone is the best version of a battle royale to jump into. I just wish they would add third person. But yeah, if you're more on the multiplayer side of things, that's dope as well. I do get it in. I do need to, because I prestiged, I need to get my level back up. So there's a reason to play multiplayer. I'm just kind of blowing smoke. But the main thing that's going to be keeping me away from playing a lot of these different games, it may even probably end up keeping me away from playing Stalker. Again, I put down Dragon Age Veilguard when I picked up my Monster Hunter World to Wild journey, which I did start this week. It started on Monday. Again, for those who are new here, you're just tuning in, maybe you're on Twitch, you've been peeping my Monster Hunter videos. I do go live Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So if you guys want to come check out, guaranteed a few hours of game streaming and chopping it up with chat and stuff like that. I've even started making some condensed versions to see if people are interested in that. And I'll be posting those on, because it does go live on Living Split Screen, but then it also goes live on my Twitch channel, just to give people different places to tune in and try to expand that audience out. But that's been the majority of what I've been diving into, man. It's been super, super dope to be back in the Monster Hunter world. Again, now with having a newfound perspective on what my goal is in the game, and also understanding what Monster Hunter is about, what the end game is. That's something that was missing from my original playthrough. And again, just to give perspective, and I said this on the stream as well, I hadn't played Monster Hunter World since it came out on Xbox One, which was 2018, if I remember the date correct. I played it again on PC, but I ended up getting a save file and it put me right in Iceborne. But I didn't connect with it like I did previously. And it's because I didn't, there's just, for me at least, there's something about getting up to that point or working through something. It's just like, because they give you the option to use the Defender gear in Monster Hunter World. It's supposed to allow you to grind through the content or get through the content faster, right? You're not spending resources upgrading gear and different weapons, and you can just focus on just doing the fights and everything. I didn't take that approach. I took I'm gonna fight monster by monster, upgrade as I go. So you're literally getting a step-by-step process of what my thought process is, how I'm looking at things, what my goals are, how I'm working towards it, how I'm approaching the fights. And I do think from the first episode going now into the 5th episode, which is going to go live on Monday, maybe it goes live before that, we'll see. But for the 5th, so going into the 5th episode, you can definitely see the progression, right? So it's just been super dope to get into, because again, I plan on being an Iceborne. I may end up getting there sooner, but it just depends on what time is looking like. It's about to be a busy few weeks for me coming up. But with me streaming, I mean, again, streaming 3 days a week at least, you're going to get 9 hours of content a week from me. So I'll have something to put out there. But I do plan on having myself in Iceborne around Christmas. Felt like this was the perfect time to jump back in because of that. Winter scene, having a good, fun Christmas, maybe do a stream around that time, Christmas Eve or the day after, and, just chop it up with people, see, because not everybody has family or people that they can look to kind of take their minds off the holidays. And I know not everybody celebrates it the same. And I want Living Split Screen to continue to venture out on our beliefs in creating a welcoming community, a place that you can come chop it up, as long as you're being good to everybody, especially in chat, you're showing love, you're being respectful. All those great things are the same things that I'm implementing into Monster Hunter in the community, that I may build off of that going into Monster Hunter Wilds, because this is going to be an ongoing thing. Monster Hunter is going to be my main game moving forward, just because I just have so much interest in playing it right now. And again, I am one of those gamers, and this is something that just carries over from childhood because we really didn't have a choice. But I am one of those gamers where if I find a game that I like a lot, I will spend time in that game for X amount of time until I am completely tired of it, right? Typically for games like Monster Hunters, MMOs, looters, anything like that, Division's a good example of it as well. When I get to the end game and I have everything that I want, that's when I start kind of pulling away, right? But a lot of times, and it happened with Division as well, I get to the end of the game very early on, other games come out, and I don't end up returning. So it's always dope when you end up giving these things a break and you come back and you really throw yourself back into the experience, because now I truly feel like I'm playing a completely different game than what I played before. Right, having the understanding of Monster Hunter World from previous, then also Rise. I think Rise was what really made it click, and then playing the Wilds demo was like, yeah, you mean to tell me that at any point Pong could just load up if he just got it, if he wanted to buy it on the box, as an example, because he does want to have more of a chill experience. Although hopefully by that time Pong will have his wireless keyboard mouse set up and his his Valari pillow or whatever he wants to use to get his setup going. Because I do think that's one you're definitely going to want on PC with how freaking, bro. Just going back to World just gives you an appreciation for Capcom and what they're able to do within these goddamn games. And as much as it's happening in the game, it's like, dog, it's gorgeous moments. The moment-to-moment gameplay just continues to be a lot of fun. But
would it be great if Xbox starts getting with Capcom like they've done with Square Enix now still, and get that out of Play Anywhere? That would be dope as well.
No, that would be super dope. If they ended up being able to activate that, because the thing about Monster Hunter Wilds as well is it's not going to have cross save, but it will have cross play. So wherever you end up buying the game, you're going to only have access to your save file there. So keep that in mind.
Really?
Yeah, it's not cross save, cross play, but no cross save.
Why?
I don't know. Capcom doesn't have Capcom just hasn't implemented that. Like, this is the first time I'm doing crossplay. So
okay, Phil, you need to get in there and
cloud
help
something.
Him, help Capcom like you've been helping Sega, and get them up to speed, man, and cut a deal so that we can get Play Anywhere, but you guys are going to help them build the tech so they can do cross save and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
let's make that partnership.
We definitely need to make that happen. I'm telling you, man. You start activating all these other benefits to your games, more people are going to want to buy the game. Crow says, unless the game is on Microsoft Store on PC. Yeah, I mean, that is very well, that could be the case. They could release it there and then you would have your kind of cross saves there, right? Or if they release it in the Game Pass app, it'll be a full price game, but you can still play it there. That would be a way to get around it. So, you know what would be dope about that too? If Xbox is tuned in enough to the Monster Hunter hype, that they do end up doing that, and Xbox is the only place where you can play on PC and your console and your saves carry over. That would be a benefit to a lot of people. I think people would be super hype about that. And I think Crow mentioned earlier that Monster Hunter World Iceborne is on sale right now. I guess there's a sale going on for Monster Hunter World. So y'all check that out, man. Vandal says, nice, we're going to grind together with Steel Rant. Hey, man, you see where I'm at? I just got done fighting Odo Galeron. So there is that. I think I'm getting ready to fight Rathalos for the first time. Going back to the Ancient Forest. So, yeah, there's that. Take over for me real quick, Paul.
Oh, okay.
Just real quick. Because I'm going to get into Call of Duty real quick, but shout out to the chat real quick.
Yeah. I'll shout out the chat. Let's get the chat shouted out, then we'll let Steel continue. his line of thinking here. So the one and only Decato's in here. What's going on, Decato? Appreciate you, brother, so much. East Side Vandal joining us as well, of course. Great to see you, East Side, as always. Hyper King X3 popping in here. What is going on, Hyper King? Great to see you. Thank you for joining the show. Roadkill 8018. What is going on? It says, what's going on, everybody? What's going on to you, Roadkill? Hoping you're having a great Saturday wherever you're at. We got the Sly Crow in here. What's going on, Sly Crow? Great to see you, brother, as well. Thank you for dropping in here. We got the Tubabo Kumi. What's going on, Tubabo? Always a pleasure to have you a part of the show. The addictive nature of modern gaming is unreal. Yeah, they've kind of perfected that whole psychological thing, haven't they, man? They didn't need the boxes, that they got taken away to create that addiction. That addiction happens naturally because dopamine hit, man. We all got that, brother. We love it, man. So, but they've gotten very good. Wilfrey Rosario, what is going on? Great to see you. He says, I'm addicted to New World. That's right. God, I wish I still had an opportunity to hop into an MMO. Although, would it be New World? I would check out New World, but man, would I be back on my ESO kick if I was able to hop into an MMO. But anyways, just don't have the time, but I'm glad you're enjoying the hell out of New World. I've heard some good things from people that do enjoy that game. So, appreciate you dropping in here, though. We got Soy Two Mangs in here. What is going on? Veilguard greater than Monster Hunter. Appreciate the perspective, Soy. If that is not a troll post and you are being serious, then I gotta appreciate, again, not the dude to tell anybody they shouldn't like something. So I'm glad you're enjoying your time at Veilguard, 1000%. Who else is in here? We got the God Emperor. Oh, Sofa King in here. He loves another lover of Ace Combat. Yeah, I've been playing Ace Combat since day one. Again, played a bunch of Ace Combat 7 when it first launched. I haven't gone back to it, but man, oh man, that game is freaking fantastic. Can't wait for the new one. I know they're going to make a new one. Who else we got in here? We got Back from the Dead. What is going on, Back? He says, grazing. Are we talking about eating the box now? Yo, Back. Pause, brother. Pause. Back getting wild on a Saturday morning. Jesus, Back. I was not expecting that, man. No, we were not talking about eating the box. We were not. No, Back. No, we're not. Anyways, Masshole 1977. What's going on, brother? Always great to see you. He always comes in here early and says, what's up, nerds? And you know how much I appreciate that, Masshole, because I love that term. Nerds is good in my book. Who else we got? We got Oats. What's going on, Oats? No, I don't discriminate against the box. I don't. Box is box. We're good. Pause. Let's see what's going on. Nixie says, want to pick up Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest, again, great reviews. Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D remake, looking beautiful. It is on my list. Obviously, just too much going on right now. Too much coming out. But yes, I do want to play that. I know brother from another Psychonauts, he usually jumps in here a little bit late once he gets to work. Is also playing that right now. So yeah, it's looking fantastic. Got rave reviews. They did do some censorship, which I hate, self-censorship. I do hate that shit. But it's still looking like a fantastic experience. So, and again, it was minor, but it is still there. So, but yeah, I can't wait to hop into that. Let's see who else I can see in here real quick. Let's keep going up top. See how far back I can go. Oh, I can't go back very far because my stupid YouTube refreshed. I knew it was going to. You are back. I could hear you breathing like Darth Vader, sir. No, I'm totally fucking with you, bro. But yeah, but back. Yeah, I've seen the backtrack.
Oh, sorry, Pong. They couldn't hear me.
Oh, I could hear you.
Yeah, no, you heard me just fine. They couldn't hear me. My fault, guys. Okay. I just got back. But anyway, sorry for that little bit of quiet there. What I'm going to do afterwards, you'll never even notice. We're on our condensed version of living split screen, which is something else I'm going to be end up doing. So we'll see. We'll see how much we actually talk in a 5-hour show or 4-hour show, which I do gotta cut out here before right around 1 o'clock.
Got it. Cool.
So, perfect. But Veilguard, I've been actually seeing people say that they've gotten further into the game, gotten towards the end, and it's some of BioWare's best work, right? Sure. Again, people feel up and down about it. I haven't seen as much negative about the stuff, at least for me, but I also haven't been looking for it. But again, I am one of those people that once I have interest in a game, unless somebody that I know is putting out information about things that they don't like about it, that's the only way that I kind of see it. So I haven't seen more negative things about it per se. So I don't know how to take that, but I do still want to play through it because I was having a good time with the combat. I do know that is one part or aspect of the game that has seemingly become more upfront, is that the combat definitely carries the game, which in a lot of ways I can agree with, right? When I'm thinking about the experience and why I was having the fun playing Veilguard is because as I was getting deeper into the combat, it seemed like there was a little bit more there. Again, I am playing on the hardest difficulty that the game has available, Nightmare, I believe that it's called. So maybe that's part of it as well. And I do tend to like to play on harder difficulties. So maybe that's part of it. But yeah, I mean, I don't have much to say about Veilguard. And how that's going and everything. But MF Great says no sound. What's going on, man? Are you sure there's no sound? Hold on. Let me check the stream real quick. Yeah, the stream got sound. Yeah, hit that refresh for me, man. Hit that refresh. But Vandal says most of the negative takes were from anti-DEI grifters like Asmongold.
That's not true, bro. It's not true. Not true. And there's two sides. There's a whole
there's two sides.
There's a whole lot of extra special love for this game, trying to get it to not be talked about negatively as well. So I'll just say that as well. So there's on both sides of that. It's not just that though. There was some legit criticism of the game.
Oh, that's great.
And I've watched it myself. I've watched a lot of gameplay myself. There's legit criticism for this game. And there's a lot of people there's certainly people out there that are going hard on the game for certain reasons. And there's a lot of people that have put complete 1000% blinders on for the opposite reason as well, and are ignoring some of the real problems with this game. So again, we're always going to have that pendulum. That's why I always jump in on this. It's never one-sided. There's two sides to everything and equal sides to everything as well. So that's what I've been seeing. But I have seen some people backtrack. I've seen some opinion pieces from some of the like IGN and stuff that have come out with new opinion pieces from different writers, different reviewers.
I did see that. I didn't read them, but I saw
going counter to what their initial reviews were of the game. And I think that's done on purpose because there is, again, some real big problems with Veilguard. That you can certainly have talks about. It's not going to be for everybody. It's going to be taste, right?
Yeah. Again, it's all games, though, right?
But again, I don't think every criticism of this game is fake. It's not fake outrage on this game. There's certainly some of it, but I think there is some real questions to be asked about the writing, the choices that you make in this game, and the heavy-handed stuff that is obviously put in this game for a direct purpose that is unnecessary in video games. But again, we're not here to discuss Veilguard. It's doing what it's doing. We still haven't gotten sales numbers. There's been rumors that it's only sold 1 million. We'll get those sales numbers. We know Jason Schreier removed his post where he was trying to go after people.
Actually, that reminds me. I need to cancel my EA. I need to cancel my EA service before it renews.
Your EA play?
Yeah, I'm not going to let it renew.
Yeah,
it was worth it for the time that I spent with it I get pretty much free that I spent on it. But yeah, I need to cancel that before it renews because I'm not going to be playing it. I'm going to be playing Monster Hunter. I saw Crow mention that Monster Hunter is an acquired taste. People say it's clunky, and that's fair. People are just people throw around terms a lot. They just say shit. Like that's the thing that I'm finding more so about gamers, that people just throw around shit. Like, oh, the game is clunky. because the game plays different doesn't mean that the game is clunky. Because the game has levels of systems doesn't mean the game is clunky. I don't think that Monster Hunter is clunky. I can tell you that it does feel different playing on PC than it did on playing on the Xbox One, from what I remember. Feels much smoother, the experience is better, and all that great stuff. But as far as, like, for an example, people say that the great sword is clunky in Monster Hunter. It's a great sword. It has literally been very similar to its playstyle since Monster Hunter has existed. It's meant to be a methodical, hard-hitting weapon. It wants you to pause, charge up. It has moves for you to dodge through certain attacks and things like that for you to keep your charge. And I just played with the greatsword for the first time the other day. Never played with it before. And me and Crow had a fucking blast, right? In the little arena mode that we did. I had never played that shit before. I thought it was a freaking amazing. That was the first time I ever played greatsword. I didn't feel like it was clunky. I felt like I didn't know what I was doing. Right. So there is that. I don't necessarily see the clunkiness of it. But again, I mean, I've heard other people say that about why they can't get into Monster Hunter. And again, you could just also say it's just not my kind of game, which I can understand very easily, right? Why it wouldn't be for some people. There's a lot that goes, especially worlds. There's a lot that goes into it. Like the thought process is Monster Hunter is very Souls-like in a lot of ways. Now, like, your progress doesn't get reset and you don't necessarily lose anything. You could have the potential to get less resources. But as far as those one-to-one, I have to fight this monster. I have to be familiar with the attacks that it's going to do. I have to know how to use my abilities, right? It's just, it has a lot of versatility in it. And I think that's what makes it dope. Decado says, I am a hardcore Dragon Age fan. There's always been inclusion. The choices are just incredibly bad and weak in the vein of Dragon Age. Always being nice blows in DA. And I can understand that. I would like to, at least from what I've seen from the outside looking in, and this isn't any game, I would like to see RPG styled games have more good and bad choices. Like, and I don't mean just like mild bad. I mean like, no, I want to be evil type shit. Mass Effect, I don't think the bad choices that you made are so negative, but depending on your perspective on it, it could be major because you do could make some fucked up choices in Mass Effect, depending on how you see a certain situations. Shit, one of the most influential characters or important characters in Mass Effect, you can literally kill off in the first game and never experience any of his character arc moving forward for your own personal reasons if you felt like you were tried in that situation, right? So shout out to the homie. Fucking great fucking character. Anyway. Crow says, I play like a Souls-like, especially since my weapon is slow. Yeah, man, that's what it's about. Vandal says Monster Hunter is very deliberate, not clunky. You have to commit to your that's the thing, and that's what people mean. There is a lot more commitment in that style of game, whereas like in your typical action adventure, Devil May Cry, stuff like that, you can do a couple hits and then jump out the way, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, that's a good descriptor. That's a really good descriptor.
That is the perfect way to actually describe it. It is a commitment kind of style game. So
Box and Burger, I see you jumping in here, brother. Good to see you. Good evening to you, sir.
Fahim, Box, what's going on? He says, I love Veilguard. Hey, I was loving it too, Box, right? But I'm doing this Monster Hunter World to Wilds journey, so I just put it to the side. And I still want to play it, but I'm on my journey right now, so.
Yeah.
Decado says, I was 50-50 in Mass Effect and probably 20-80 in D8. Nah, I was probably almost 90%. Was it the good side of it? It was Paragon? No, I think Paragon's the bad side, isn't it? I can't fucking remember the terms. Exactly. I'm not one of the Mass Effect fans that played through the game multiple times and can remember, but I know for the majority, 90% of the time, I probably made the better choice in this scenario. That's just because of how the quote unquote good choice. So it's Paragon or Renegade. Yeah, Paragon or Renegade. That's what it was. Okay. I thought me saying Paragon, I was thinking about a different game. There is a game called Paragon, but so Paragon, I think it is called Paragon or Renegade. Yeah, so perfect, Decado. I appreciate that. I was like 90% Paragon and 10% Renegade. There was definitely some Renegade choices where I felt like I was tried. It was like, nah, you're not about to play with me like that. But that was just, I honestly just did it based off of how I felt too. It's not like, oh, I was morally obligated to make this choice. Nah, I just felt I like when games, and Mass Effect is honestly the last time that I've truly felt it. I like when games make you feel like your choices truly matter to the overall scope. Like I feel about Mass Effect Legendary Edition, when you play for the first game and you get the 3 and you get the ending that you got, I feel like your arc is fully complete by the time that you get to that point. Everything that you experienced led to this moment, and you have to accept the choices that you made. So I like that. I like that. Vandal says, Pong, that's a nuanced critique, and I agree with you. Folks like Asmund were definitely rage farming just because gay people were in the game. Those are the anti-DI clowns I'm talking about. I don't know necessarily. I don't know. There are people who have issues with that still.
But there is a discussion to be had. And again, I know Eastside feels very strongly about it, right?
Yeah.
And we would disagree on a lot of things, Vandal. And I'm sure we've had open discussions here more so than other places about some of these topics. And, we haven't gone full-fledged and have a whole entire show on the subject or anything like that. We haven't deep dived. But there is conversations to be had about an agenda and whether or not it's good. Right. And there is nuanced conversation to be had about it. And if you feel strongly in one direction, either direction, obviously it's very tough these days to have those discussions. We talked about that a billion times. I respect it. Again, it is fine. You can have obviously a very strong opinion. I'm just saying there is proof that isn't all good. Okay. Again, that was never created with good intentions.
That's what it goes back to.
Even if it wasn't originally intended as good, it has been transformed into something that isn't always 100% good. And it can cause problems and has been proven to cause problems throughout many industries, right? We've seen people that are, obviously making decisions to go away from it because it's caused problems internally and externally. So again, there's, like you said, nuanced conversations to be had about every topic. It's not just one way or the other, but again, I do respect it, brother, that you have strong feelings on it, and that's totally cool. So, not everybody is a grifter. Not everybody is just anti-gay, anti-DEI. There's more to it behind it. And I think some people are really trying to have conversations, but again, in this atmosphere these days, it's very tough to do that, because you're going to have people just instantly call you, again, names that have lost all meaning in my book, but they're instantly going to call you names no matter what, without actually listening to what you have to say. And that's not good either. That's completely labeling everything on the other side. So it is what it is.
I feel like your voice went down again, but I don't know. I don't know why. But anyway, let me know, ladies and gentlemen, if you feel like there's a vast difference between me and Pong's voice. Let us know in chat. Vandal says, and then we'll move on from here and get into our upcoming games and whatnot, get that out of the way, and then we can dive more into the subject and whatnot if we'd like to. I don't mind talking about the stuff here, man. Like, again, I like having those conversations regardless, because again, I do have a different perspective on things. I do know that there are people who purposely hide their hate for things. Yep. Harry Ballsack says Pong sounds more white. What is that supposed to mean?
Am I not?
I mean,
wait, I've never said that I'm anything but, like, I don't think I've ever
confused.
said anything, but I think it's quite obvious.
Hey, well, let me know what you mean by that, Harry. Vandal says, I mean, a trans person was writing a trans character, just like black person made Zao and wrote about black folks. I don't feel that's forced. No, I think the perspective is, at least to me, is there is a certain, for an example, I'll use an easy example. If you can have scars, chest scars or whatever else, why can't I move whatever other scar that I want to put on my body anywhere else? Why can't I have a voluptuous character? Why can't I have any of the other things? Like, why can't it just be a full-on character creator? Why does it feel limited to a certain extent? Again, I mean, there's been so many other better character creators, and I do appreciate the things that they've done for hair and things like that. The representation side of things, that's great. But at the same time, you can alleviate yourself of some of the questions and people feeling iffy about certain things if you just say, you know what, we're trying to be as open as possible. We have a character creator. Hey, when you have a character creator, let me make whatever character that I want, right? That's why a lot of people love Baldur's Gate 3. You can make a character however you want. It's diverse. You can be a dragon. You can transform into a bear and fuck people, man. Like at the end of the day, like I feel all like people, the main thing that bothers me more is that we have okayed bestiality. I don't give a fuck if a human transforms into an animal or not. Oh, it's still a human though, man. Even though it transformed into an animal, it is still bestiality, bro. That shit is weird. But we don't question that. Baldur's Gate 3 is the greatest game that has ever been made. I think that that's a fucking problem. I have a problem with that. You are telling people that shit is okay, or that shit should be somewhat acceptable. I think that is a fucking knock. And now every time that I would talk about Baldur's Gate, that is something that I would personally bring up because I just think that it's weird. Like you didn't have to, I get that if it's part of the mythos of the game or whatever, cool. Hey man, it is what it is. Play your game. That shit ain't for me though. And I also know, and that's why I can put that to the side because at the end of the day, it's a choice. You don't have to get involved in that. Right? The same way you don't have to make the certain choices in Dragon Age. But when the story is, again, I can only go from the example of other people who are Dragon Age fans and what they have said and what Dragon Age was trying to get across as an example. It does seem like there were some darker tones that they did not approach or choose to go down in hopes to meet whatever middle ground that they were looking for. And I just think that it definitely may play into one side more than the other. And again, when people are making games, it's such a creative focused thing. And the main person writing for the game, them being trans, them putting their own form of representation into the game is understandable. I get you, but you have to also understand the backlash that you're going to get if you don't keep it consistent across the board. You can have representation, but let me have what I like as well, right? And again, not everybody has to play it, and that team will find out what works for them or not. I do think, Crow, as an example, because I know Shadowheart, people saying Shadowheart was a downgrade, and I can hear you. But I thought she looked like she was a baddie when I first saw her in Veilguard. I was like, oh, who's this? Oh, that's not Shadowheart, but that's in Baldur's Gate. But the other shadowy type chick, I don't know her name. I don't remember her name, but she was a baddie. I was like, oh, hey, she's pretty cool. But she was somebody that people said, oh, she was kind of downgraded or whatever. I was like, in Decado, that's kind of what I was hoping for from Veilguard, that it did have more of that Game of Thrones. Hey, there's major shit happening at play. You're going to have to make major choices and it could go one way or the other. And maybe, I know people aren't excited. Not everybody's excited for Avowed, but maybe I will get that from Avowed because I know from their previous game, and I keep fucking forgetting the name. Is it, I want to say Outriders, but it's not called Outriders. It's not Outer Worlds. From their previous game, Outer Worlds, that there was choice and decision making and everything else like that in the more condensed version of their world that they were going to make. And I think that will carry over to Avowed. So maybe that would be the next game that allows us to make those types of decisions. Because, there's a lot of different perspectives. That's why I like to be more open about the conversation. I don't, to Pong's point, when people start questioning things and automatically people label them as, oh, you don't like it because you're an ist. It's like, no, like there's just certain there's a conversation to be had. Hey, why is it looked at this way? Why is social media treating it a certain way? Why is it being observed a certain way? Is it even a game for me in the first place for me to even give a fuck about it at that level? And it's going to be different for different people depending on what they ask for.
Ron Slusher again asking for Avowed to be a 5v5.
Oh my God.
Pure shooter at $40. Stop it, Ron. Yeah. I think that's a fact. And like I said, my main problem is how it's done. Again, I've watched the gameplay of Veilguard. There are moments. There is an entire conversation
100%,
in the game that's 3 minutes of nothing but preaching to the gamer. That is where I go, no, this is heavy-handed. It's not good writing, and this is not.
I mean, Kojima did that back in the day too, though, with his shit.
But not in that way. Not
with his cutscene. He kept it in. See, I think the trick is, making it feel like it's a part of that world, and it not feel out of place.
Right. It's not heavy-handed. That's what I'm talking about when I say heavy-handed. It's over the top. And again,
forced. Yeah.
The difference with Eastside between that and like Tales is Out. Right. That was a new IP created by a man with a specific purpose.
People questioning that is fucking stupid.
That is weird,
dumb
bro.
as hell.
The only reason why people brought that in, again, because the well's been poisoned because of Sweet Baby, right?
Yeah.
They just, again, there's going to be an overreaction on both sides. They're going to have extremes on both sides. People on both sides are going to do this, okay? In different ways, in opposite directions. That was ridiculous to me because that was a brand new IP created for a very specific person. That's what
he said what the game was about.
That's what I say I'm cool with. Go create new IP. Don't hijack IP for agendas. Don't hijack IP, established IP, popular IP, and force things
like Spider-Man.
In. Again,
Spider-Man, there's a lot of things in Spider-Man 2018, Miles Morales, even Spider-Man 2, the things that I've seen that do feel forced. Mary Jane has never been that fucking important of a character, but why are we playing so much as her? That was one of the number one complaints people had about the fucking first game, and they brought her back in more of a major way. And again, one of the things they do with her involving Venom is dope. And I'm cool with that. If we were able to play as her being that more often, right? And I can't wait to actually play the game myself to experience that because of my love for Venom, what he brings to people, that evil, because Venom Venom helps bring the darkness out of Spider-Man just as an IP, right? More realistic. Green Goblin does some of that too with the mental gymnastics that are at play and the type of elements and things that they touch on. But my fault, Paul, I didn't mean to hijack.
No, that's okay. I want to make clear again that
Vandal, and that's a great point. Sorry, Pong, again. But yes. Vandal says you guys do know that Dragon Age was created by a gay guy, right? He was a much better writer than
that's why Steel cut me off.
That is the point.
But that is where Steel cut me off, right?
Yeah,
because I was about to say again, I'm the dude who's out here going, okay, if you're saying that this is like never happened in Dragon Age before, you're completely wrong, right? They had a trans character before Dragon Age. Like this is nothing new. I said that when I was saying that Dragon Age kind of was a little bit immune to a lot of it because Dragon Age has always been known as an inclusive game, right? From that standpoint, right? They were breaking boundaries before anybody had conversations about it in a lot of ways. So I was trying to get to that point until Steel jumped in, which he had great points. Again, I'm not mad at Steel for jumping. We don't do that here. Steel can jump in anytime he wants to. I don't give two shits. But that's what I was getting to was Dragon Age was that. And yes, I do understand that. Right. And again, that is fine. The questions, though, to your point, Eastside Vandal, whether it's novice writing, why is Dragon Age one of the biggest franchises out there for EA, one of the biggest fantasy RPG franchises, period? Why at this point, when they're trying to bring it back, are you getting novice writers on the team? Again, are you hiring these writers? Did you hire the lead, right, who is trans, like you said, Eastside? Did you hire that person simply because of who they were? Or did you hire them because of talent? Why is this game why are you trying to bring back a franchise with, if the case is what you're saying, Eastside, with novices? Because experienced writers, to your point, Eastside, I would hope, are asking themselves in the rooms when they're reviewing their game, does this scene or does this choice or does this dialogue add to the game?
Does it make sense?
Or is it forced? That's what experienced writers will do, right? That's what experienced script writers, whether it's movie, TV, you should always be asking yourself, is this additive to the game for the gamer? Or is this a forced situation because we're trying to make a statement? And if that statement doesn't add to the game, because again, it makes little to no sense to have those types of scenes in Dragon Age. They can be subtle because it is obviously recognized in Dragon Age that trans characters are a thing, that gay characters are a thing.
Yeah, right? From early on,
you can subtly recognize that. But when you force a whole scene and multiple decisions and multiple conversations that add nothing to the experience or make zero sense. And again, I'm not even talking about necessarily all that stuff. I've watched so much gameplay now where I've seen other choices and conversations that make zero sense that would be happening within a world where you're trying to save the freaking world. That has always been my problem. If you are in a game in which you are trying to save the entire world, you have these evil forces against you.
Right.
Who the hell is going to be worrying about half the shit that they put in some of these games now? Who the hell, even in your right mind, if you're meeting characters and creating this party and your main goal is you're fighting against evil gods who are trying to destroy the world, you really think you're going to sit down and have conversations, like casual conversations in the middle of nowhere, out of the blue, randomly after a battle? Like that makes, to me contextually, it makes zero sense, right? And that's why I've started having problems with in some. And again, I don't even judge games like that.
That wasn't the question.
Writing is dumb, but anyway.
I mean, again, people said the writing in Suicide Squad was bad.
Correct.
So, and me and you loved it. Well, so people said it's the worst DC story that has ever been told. It feels I didn't feel. You know what's crazy? People screamed about all the DI, which now from some of the other characters and stuff, there is some things that are like, okay, I mean, I don't know why you had to go that direction with certain characters or whatever. Could have made them much cooler than that. But again, that's what I always go back to. But people said that the story in Suicide Squad felt forced. A lot of the things that they were trying to do, and I was like, I don't see it. I just feel like this is a random fucking vigilante fucking game that I'm playing. Like I don't know where all this other information was coming from, and then the way people accosted it for at that time too was just like it was crazy. One of the main things they got accosted for not being a Batman game or killing Batman, quote unquote. That's not even what the fucking case is. So it's like they even. And maybe at the end of the day, you have to put it on Rocksteady as a development team for not getting that across well enough, for not throwing it into question. Oh yeah, we're killing Batman, but not really. But it did end up being a main point for them. And again, Vandal, I definitely understand. I know you were one of the main vocal ones out there speaking against Suicide Squad, and you see where the game is at now. It releases it's been releasing DLC and stuff like that. I don't know how many people are playing it.
Terribly designed from what I mean, again, like that, it didn't pick up. It didn't pick up the audience. It was already burned to the ground.
But me and Paul put over 100 hours into it. So
loved it.
It was a fucking good time. I think that was worth it.
Yep. Loved it. And I didn't notice any of the stuff that people were pointing out in there. I thought it was very subtle if they were doing any of that stuff, because there was people claiming again that was, a part of the DEI stuff. And I was like,
I don't see it. Yeah.
I didn't recognize. It was very subtle. If it was in there, again, that's been around. Like everybody correctly points out, again, Kojima was political in his games.
Extremely.
But it was subtly done, and it felt
metaphor.
And again,
people are starting to realize.
I freely admit, I'm not the dude who goes looking for it when I'm playing video games. Just like everybody wants to nowadays point out that X-Men back in the day was political and it was making a statement about diversity. Like, I didn't read X-Men back in the day going, oh man, yeah, Stan Lee's really on to something here,
But that was the point though. That's what made it so great.
But I'm saying, but it was never forced. It never was forced, and it was never overtly talked about. Sure, Stan made some comments back in the day about it. Sure,
it was a concept.
Some of the questions, but they were But me, I was never exposed to it when I was in high school like that. I just read it because it was a kick-ass comic. I never sat back and thought about what a diverse crew of X-Men they had, because it was subtle. It wasn't thrown in the face all the damn time. Sure, you can say, well, you should have recognized that the mutants were kind of like a minority, and that how they were being treated.
Yeah,
was
sure.
A statement.
I recognize those things, but I'm not like, I'm not getting knee deep in those things. I noticed that. I mean, again, me being multicultural, there's a lot of those things that I noticed as well. I was like, yeah, that's dope. You find ways that you can relate to people because of that multi diverse kind of crew that they have and things like that. But I've always also been more akin to just cool characters. Hey, these people are again, I know I joke about Cyclops all the time, but he does have some decent character arcs in X-Men and does some cool things sometimes and has his moments, especially when they brought X-Men 97 back. Some of the clips that I've seen, I still haven't watched it. I need to. But some of the clips and stuff that I've seen, I was like, oh man, this is what I remember from back in the day, why I loved the show and playing into all the things and everybody being that they had a diverse cast. And Pong, I mean, I will say, at least from what I've noticed, you've been very fortunate in that to have seemingly a more diverse outlook on things where it doesn't seemingly feel like, at least because in the South, it's very blatant, right?
But it is
at least from what I noticed growing up. So that's what
I grew up in the generation that I still believe had the best outlook to stop seeing color. And again, I know people nowadays disagree with that.
I mean, everybody sees color, but I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
But that's not because I absolutely have been around people who were absolutely racist. Okay. I've absolutely been around people in my life that have been. Okay. 1000%. Right. Because different generations, different families, different, all sorts of shit. I've had that even up here. Right. Of course. It's everywhere. Right. Again, I've been exposed to it. I've seen it, but I truly, for myself, I never had, like, I see assholes and I see good people. Like that's legit how
I wish everything was more like that.
Right. Because again, I don't believe it's reserved to skin color. Okay. I don't believe that. I never have believed that, no matter what. Like, everybody can be an asshole and everybody can be a good person. And that's how I'm going to judge everybody. Like, again, it is just what it is. Stereotypes have existed forever on all sides. It's one of those things that's easy to get. I just have never played into that. I've never felt that way about anybody. Like, it's just not my thing. Like, again, I can certainly see somebody acting out and be like, I don't want to be around that person. I don't really care what color of skin they are. Right. It's just like, I don't want to be around that person at all. So I guess that's where it comes from. And maybe, again, perspective is everything, Stu. And obviously you grew up differently and you grew up in whole different place than I did. So yeah, sure. Absolutely. I understand people have different experiences, but I just never looked at my entertainment for that. Like, if I went to see a movie that was absolutely 1000% political,
I appreciate certain things.
Right. But I just went to my entertainment, like my superheroes and that kind of shit, for the cool ass characters. That's one thing I said right away. Dragon Age had no cool ass characters to me. There was not a single character in those trailers that appealed to me in any way, shape, or form. Again, maybe it was because of the writing, right? It wasn't just based on looks. It obviously had to do with the writing. The writing was juvenile. Everything I saw was juvenile. And that's not the Dragon Age I played originally in the original one. And again, Dragon Age has always changed, but that's why I said I was never the biggest Dragon Age fan after Origins. Like, after Origins, Dragon Age 2 was cool. Inquisition, I played, but I played more of the multiplayer. The story didn't do anything for me. And so I've already moved away. And like I said, I wasn't going to come from the point of view like I was this big, huge, giant Dragon Age fan who was spurned by Veilguard. Like, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, just giving an opinion. Yeah, giving a take.
Right. It is completely different from Origins. The complete opposite side of Origins, and to Eastside Vandals and other people's points. Yes, the writing that I've said all along, BioWare is not the same BioWare. Almost the entire team of original BioWare people are now gone. And that's obviously changed over there. I just think that just much like we heard about Concord and we've heard about other games, I think that there's a lot of questions that need to be asked internally at some of these dev studios about toxic positivity, about you saw it with PlayStation. Questions. Yeah, exactly. Are we able to ask the questions that need to be asked, or are people afraid to say anything like, hey, does this really make the game better? Or are we really just trying to shoehorn in, some type of message here? Is this going to put some gamers off? Like, is this going to be like, I think that honestly, in some of these dev teams, people are scared to speak up anymore with a criticism or with a valid question about where it's going. For the sake of their
job, yeah.
Right, for the sake of their job, and because that's kind of the culture we've created now, where everybody's on pins and needles all the damn time because nobody wants to be called out for something that they're not just by simply asking a question, right? I think that's similar to how society is right now and why we don't have these open, honest conversations about this stuff. It's because, that's what we've turned into, man. It's gotten very tribal. And I think that translates right into the dev teams in some of these studios, obviously. It's one of those things. So anyways, wow, I did not expect to have a whole Veilguard conversation.
No, I mean, it's a conversation to be had, man, because again, it does open up with people that I've heard talk about Veilguard and how they feel about it. And it is up and down. It's another one of those games where it just depends on who you are as a gamer, man. Like what you're looking for, what you're into. That's how I look at all things, though, right? And people got to find what works for them. Sanchez says, people even saying that some men, after playing The Last of Us 2 and seeing Abby, these men had a sex change because they liked Abby so much. They are now women. Hey,
again, criticism of that game too that got shut down right away. That got just totally terminated.
I mean, hey, it is
saying that
it is what it is. I could see. I could see how she would exist, but yeah.
I can't see how she would exist.
In that time of the way how structured, I like how fit she was. I could see at that time.
Bro, but okay. Even take that out of it. Just the whole idea again.
And that's the only thing I know about it is the look side. So
being in a situation where you legit have a zombie apocalypse going on.
Yeah.
Like how much of that is actually going to happen? How much of that thought process, when you're struggling every day just to not get freaking eaten by a clicker?
Yeah.
Or to suck in some spores and become one yourself? Are you honestly going to be solely focused on revenge and risk other people's lives?
I mean, yeah, that part of it, I don't know nothing about. I know nothing about any of that.
I have a hard time. Like Drunkman had a very certain agenda, a certain very specific agenda that he wanted to push. And he knew that everybody, the vast majority of players of The Last of Us, fans of The Last of Us, wanted to see the continuation of and the maturation of the relationship between Joel and Ellie. He knew that. He specifically came out in interviews.
There's a 5-year time gap in there too.
I am going to circumvent expectations. He legit thought that he was a better writer. And he legit thought that he was going to do something extremely creative and outside the box. And we're going to make this a revenge story. And we're going to show people how revenge is not good and that it can turn out bad for everybody at the end of the day. And he alienated a portion of his fan base. And again, that's a choice. He did
that multiple ways.
But it was right. He did it multiple ways, but it was very heavy handed. And there was other stuff in there. Again, would you legit be thinking about some of this stuff during a fucking apocalypse where the entire planet is ceasing to exist? I just don't see it, bro. You could say, well, daily life goes on and humans got to, sure. But I don't think that those would be the focus issues during an apocalypse. Just like I don't think if roaming gods destroying the world and you're trying to put together a crew to go fight the gods, and you're getting, I don't think that some of these things would be a focus in that world. I just don't. But anyways, that's just me. I
love you. I haven't played Last of Us 2. I probably won't. Pong talking about it kind of makes me want to be like interested in trying it. I know it's on PC. But again, I'm not. He did it for me when they didn't carry multiplayer over, so I stopped legitimately caring about ever wanting to play that story. And hearing the things about it. I mean, when I hear more and more stuff about it, it does make me interested to try it out, to see to play it, to see like what actually happened. Because the first game is just so good to me on a story standpoint, gameplay standpoint, just across the board. Again, I definitely put it in my top 10 games of all time. The Last of Us. It's very unfortunate to hear that, if true, and again, maybe I'll play it one day, maybe I won't. To be honest, at this point, I probably only play it if it was ever gifted to me. I would not spend money on that game. That's how strongly I feel about because of the multiplayer not being there. Right. That's just my personal thing. Again, I did love the first game, and it's very unfortunate that I don't get to see where the story picks up at or how it continues and how they go about certain things. I do know certain things happened, and I don't appreciate that. And the reason why it happened, I don't appreciate that when you hear it from the outside looking in, but there's a lot of people who also feel like the choice that Joel made in the first game at the end wasn't the grandest choice either, which I think is very interesting. And I think that that's where a lot of people kind of come from, is when they talk about the writing not transitioning over the greatest and stuff. So
that was, yeah, but that was a worthy discussion to have about Joel's decision, because that,
I think it's still a worthy
really
conversation. I can spend an hour
but it really
at least talking about
parents versus non-parents in a lot of ways. And we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah.
And it's an interesting conversation to have, because for a lot of people, if you don't have kids, and I'm not saying every parent would agree with
or grow up around kids or have that mentality.
If you don't have that mentality of protection of what it means to be responsible for a kid. And again, remember, Ellie, that's why I wanted to see the continuation of their relationship. Their relationship was complicated for multiple reasons, but I want to see that continuation because I thought that would be, and I think Neil honestly didn't know how to do it. I don't think that he had the perspective to be able to continue the relationship and how he was going to continue to evolve that relationship. I don't think he really had the intelligence, and that's why he went the way that he did to do that, because that was a complicated relationship on multiple levels. But Ellie had replaced what Joel had lost in that world. And there is no way to say that he did not think of Ellie as his daughter.
No, he did. And he definitely did. He didn't want to lose somebody else.
You have that perspective as a parent. Even to say that there's a chance that you could save the world, would you sacrifice your kid? I'm telling you that a lot of parents would not sacrifice their kid. And once their kid was on that table, would make the same damn decision, would second guess it and go in there the same way Joel did. Especially in that violent world when you've already committed acts of violence just to survive, and that trigger is turned off.
Well, he also didn't have good experiences with them previous. Like, it was a war against the factions. They didn't necessarily believe in what the Fireflies were doing. Why would he trust them now? Right. He gave a lot of people the benefit of the doubt that, hey, this could possibly be, the slight, I guess, a slight Last of Us kind of sidebar here. But you know what the other crazy thing? I never understood the concept of why did she have to die to find out whether this was going to work? You couldn't have took a blood sample and tried it on a rat or something that got infected to see if it was going to work, to see if this really was the option. And I think when you don't have those options and those people aren't thinking about that type of thing, and it was like, hey, you get also that this event happened in a modern society. It's not like, they were in the 70s and 80s. They didn't have all these techniques and didn't know certain things. Oh, they didn't understand the concept of testing on somebody else to see if it was going to work. It's like, so why would I all of a sudden believe that, especially with everything that has happened up to that point? And I remember how I thought about it. I was like, why would I believe you that she has to die in order for people to get better, or for the vaccine to work, or for there to even be a chance? Like, you didn't even prove anything to me. You just said, oh, she might be. No, I'm not doing this off of a might be. And the way that things are feeling in here, bro, I went off 100% vibes in that moment. I was like, it feels off in here. It feels like something is not connecting right. Like, y'all are just, there's a lot of guesswork here. Y'all are cutting corners. I don't think y'all are truly motivated in the right way. So yeah, I definitely upped it on him. I felt like I was in Max Payne. I was going crazy, but nah, it was,
that's cool, Sly. Again, that's cool. And gameplay wise, The Last of Us 2, it looks great. I mean, again,
for sure.
Never been to do with like gameplay. It looks like it sucked. No, the combat looked freaking amazing in The Last of Us 2. Like, totally. But again, I just wasn't going to play it because I fell in love with the story of The Last of Us 1. That's why The Last of Us 1 is one of my, goats of all time.
I love that game.
My top, again, depending on the day, top 10, top 25 all-time games. I love that freaking game. Yeah. But I fell in love with Ellie and Joel. And what Neil decided to do, again, he has every right to do it.
This is game.
To me, it was a complete turnoff. I watched all the leaks from day jump. I'm glad I did. I would have wasted my money on buying The Last of Us 2, and I would have been pissed. The minute that happened, Steele, I would have taken that game and I would have turned it into GameStop. Right? That to me, I absolutely 100% would have been pissed. So I was happy the leaks happened. I was happy that I watched through it because that's not the story I wanted.
That's fair.
And I don't, again, as it's my choice, it's my money, it's my time. I was not going to put myself through that game knowing that I would hate the story. 1000%.
And I think there's definitely those games that kind of have that same breadth. I think there's people that felt that way about Gears. There's people that felt that way about Halo. There's people that felt that way about Tomb Raider, even, right?
And I didn't care about the story. I would have played it for the gameplay. That was my point. If I wouldn't have cared about the game, if I wouldn't care about the story, if the story would have been another mess story from the first one, I would have played it for the gameplay. The gameplay looked great, but I'm not that dude either as a gamer. As we always say, know who you are as a gamer.
100%.
Once I care about a story, once I care about characters, I'm not playing something that I have zero interest in. I'm not going to play something where the story gets all fucked up for me just because the gameplay is good. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put myself through that. No, I fell in love with The Last of Us because of the story, because of the characters, because of the world. And I think Neil did a great disservice, and obviously a lot of his fan base did, because The Last of Us 2 didn't sell as well as the first one, and a lot of people were turned off by it. So I just, again, for me, that's just the decision I made. But anyway,
yeah, I mean, I don't think there's wrong with that. I like it. I like the conversation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into some of these upcoming games, and probably the majority of the show is going to end up being about our Xbox topic, talking about the future, just because, I mean, that's kind of where me and Palm kind of come from all the time. Hey, in chat, let us know if our volumes are sounding good or not. I'm trying to listen in, make sure things are tuned. I do feel like Paul might ended up being a little bit lower. Let me know, because I can always turn him up on my side. He doesn't have to do anything on his side, but let me know just for the listening experience, so you guys have a good time, because I know that my voice can kind of range sometimes and be a little bit on the louder end. So yeah, man, just gotta keep us in tune with that. But we use releases.com for our upcoming games now. And with that transition, of course, the window capture did not work. That's all right. We'll just bring it up on screen just like so. And let me open this up a little bit more here so it looks good on screen for you guys. I just need to start putting the things back in the same place. I can't, it's not like I can lock it though, but let me turn the music off so we don't get clipped for that. All right. The first game coming up here is, I'm pretty sure you guys see it on screen right now. That's Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. This is a game that literally a team went through war to create. I think that by itself almost should be worthy of people at least trying it out. But it does seem to be a very interesting experience. It comes out on November 20th. That is in 4 days. And it goes like this. After a second catastrophic explosion in 2006, the Chernobyl exclusion zone underwent a drastic transformation. This hostile environment, now home to fierce mutants, lethal anomalies, and battling factions, poses immense survival challenges. Despite the danger, the zone's allure lies in the valuable artifacts, drawing numerous adventurers, known as stalkers. These individuals risk everything to seek fortune or uncover the hidden truth within Chernobyl's core. Shout out to Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. This seems to be a very big and massive game. Again, if the size doesn't tell you enough, we talked about that a little bit earlier on. It's like a 150 gig plus game. I do know that, shout out to Mr. Boomstick XL, one of the hearts of the community, at least in my eyes, regardless of how other people feel about him. I do know, and I believe he's still doing a giveaway for Stalker 2 just to show that team some love and support. I believe last time it was at least 5 or 6 copies. So if anybody's interested in that, maybe it gives you a reason to check out Boom and the content that he does. But Stalker 2 does look to be a good time. Was Stalker 2 coming to the Game Pass?
Yes, absolutely.
Stalker 2 is also coming into Game Pass.
That was the deal. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if there's any time to try out a game that you never have played before, or maybe completely out of your alley, or maybe you're looking for that new Western RPG, Stalker 2 might be the next one in your books. Free to play, right? Free to play if you have Game Pass. Excuse me. If you're in Game Pass Ultimate, because now we got to make sure that we correct things, or we're selling people on the wrong vision or selling people on wrong ideals, Pong. So just keep that in mind. But if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you will have access to Stalker 2 day one on release. It's super dope to see. Maybe I end up trying it out for a little bit. This seems like a game that would end up wrapping you up pretty deep. So I'd probably hold off on it again, especially having access to it now on PC as well. I never played the original Stalker, but with it being on PC, there's going to be a lot of dope mods that I think are going to come out for this game as well. They're going to really transform this and take it to a different level. So I'm interested in it. Probably won't play it day one because I'll be on my Monster Hunter World to Wild's Journey. But Pong, I mean, how do you feel about Stalker? You going to try it out day one? And what are you thinking, man?
Day one, pre-downloaded, like I said, made all the room for it. Yeah, I'm ready to rock and roll. Again, as a guy who did play the first Stalker on Buddy's PC and got to experience that. Again, this is going to be a tough game. This is not a lightweight game. Again, even I've said in the past, the Metro team did a great job, being that they part of that team is part of the original GSC World. Game World team as well. They did a great job of making a game that is similar to Stalker. But Stalker has always been more about the consequences, about the decisions you make in this game. And from what we heard in the previews, again, I don't have hands-on, this new version of GSC Game World from some of the original founders in this team, despite everything that they had to go through, somehow pulled off a open world experience with exploration and those heavy hitting decisions and consequences still in this game. And they made a very tough game, just like the original Stalker was. This is a survival game. Make no mistake about it. It is a survival game as well. You need to pay attention to ammo. You need to pay attention to your medical kits. You need to pay attention. I believe they still have water and food in this one as well. It's not a main focus, but you do have to pay attention to all of that stuff. This is a survival game through and through. I would not say survival horror, even though it has elements of horror to it, because it can get pretty freaking intense. When you've got, nuclear dogs and stuff coming after you, it can get pretty savage. Okay. That's what I'm looking forward to, Steel, is the open world exploration with the decisions and consequences. Right. They've already said you can completely miss NPCs that have
whole missions,
alternative storylines and missions for you that you just completely miss. And then you never know that we're even there if you're not exploring, if you're not going out in the world. And again, all the previews that I read, they all confirmed this fact that is a thing. This game actually sounds like it's coming out better than I thought it would because of all the issues that team has had to go through to even get to this point. Like I said all along, even if it wasn't polished, I wasn't going to give GSC Game World a hard time, like for what they've been through. But the previewers,
getting it done, yeah, it's been delayed like 3 times.
But the previewers all said that this game is polished, that it freaking runs freaking amazing, like that. This is like a good, like great game. Like people were shocked at how good it was.
UE5 too.
Yeah, UE5 too. So yeah, no, I'm super hyped for it. Obviously, I've been looking forward to Stalker 2 for a long time. And can't wait to support the team. Again, I will make the purchase on top of it. I don't know if I'll be able to do it right away, but I am going to make the purchase just to support the team. Because of what they've been through. I believe in that shit. GSC Game World deserves it.
It's insane, yeah.
And I want to see this team continue to make games. And I want Stalker 2 to obviously do extremely well. So I'm going to support it. Like I said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it day one, but I will be buying it as well. Man, I can't wait. I will be talking about this next week on this show because I will be playing it this week for sure. So.
Yeah, Vandal says Uncle Phil has been sliding them money too. At least I thought I read about that a while ago. Yeah, Microsoft definitely has been helping them out as well. I think they have good belief in the game. I mean, Stalker, the first Stalker was like a cult classic. So I could see, especially with Metro's newfound hype and people really getting into those games, I could see Stalker 2 really standing out, especially when you look at the visual quality of the game. It looks like a very impressive, expansive, and when I talk about decision making, it seems like that game has that. The other thing, Pong, and I mean, this might be a good thing that I do end up waiting, is that I've completely forgot that this was a thing, but apparently multiplayer mode is going to come out soon after release, and it's going to be a free update to the game.
I didn't remember that.
Yeah, this is coming from their official website. Benchmark settings, graphics powered by Unreal 5, official mod support, granting the crafty stalkers freedom to expand and enrich the game universe. Multiplayer mode is coming soon after the release date as a free update to the game.
Bonus.
That information can be found on their official website.
Dope.
I don't know what that means. Is that co-op? Is that PvP? Is it do they all of a sudden out of nowhere they found the time to make an extraction shooter? Like,
why the fuck don't we have factions? Still,
bro. If GSC Game World could make a multiplayer game and release it soon after release of their game, I don't want to hear excuses from anybody else in the industry.
No excuses,
that you can't make any other excuses. That's insane. Why does that exist when the base game is already expansive?
Yeah.
What is the multiplayer? That's going to be interesting to see.
Yep.
And maybe that's what Xbox is able to help with, right? I don't know. That's going to be interesting to see how that plays out, because that could be something that legitimately I say, yo, Pong, let's go jump into soccer for a bit. Sure. That would be fire. To go co-op survival game, getting it in, getting spooked by me and Pong getting spooked by shit that's fucking out there. That would be a good stream. That would be a good time.
Again, it's something I can do because you give me weapons, even though they're limited. You give me weapons, and it's not.
I think Metro's almost.
It's not as intimidating as even Dead Spaces as far as that stuff goes. But there is shit that pops out of nowhere. There is shit that just appears because of the nuclear meltdown. Right? There is anomalies.
I like that. I like that concept.
That happen out of nowhere.
I really like that concept. Yeah. Supernatural.
Yeah.
We need more. I need more of that. I like that. I like when games get more into the supernatural side of things. That's why I played Fear in the first place. I was like, oh, this is a supernatural game. This is cool. And then, I got into that school scene. I got into the school and I was like, nope, I'm turning this game off. I'm good.
Fear needs to come back. So they do. They need to do a remake of Fear.
Yeah, Jesse, he says, I just hope the game feels high quality. I think it will. They've given it some time. I think they actually gave an update of what the performance was on it recently as well. And I think it's hitting 60.
There was some questions about that too, because they initially came out and said that the PC, they gave the PC settings and they said you were going to be able to hit 60 without DLSS or FSR, but it kind of came out that you kind of need that. Some people did some testing on it, and 4090s at 4K. We're hitting like 40s and 50s on a 4090. So there was some pushback against GSC Game World about that. They came out and confirmed that DLSS and FSR are both supported day one. So no matter whether you got NVIDIA or AMD, you're good to go there. But that was a case. But it is supposed to be shooting for 60 on the consoles. So there is that. So we will see how that performance shows up once it gets out on the Series consoles. But they did say they were shooting for 60 with a performance mode.
Yeah, and the Series S is going to be 30 from what I believe. Decado says,
locked at 30?
I believe Series S. Yeah. I mean, they might have changed that. I just found some information real quick that said when they announced it in October, whereas they said their goal was 60 for the Series X, and then 30 for the Series S.
Okay.
Doesn't mean they can't update
it. Which would make sense, obviously, because this game sounds huge. So,
and again, when you don't have certain options like lighting options and things that you can adjust, turn down, there are certain effects that are going to be more important to them than they may be for others. Decado says, laughing my ass off, stealing Pong, playing, then watching one of them get caught in an anomaly, getting ripped apart prices. No, that would be absolute. I would be. It would be hilarious because I just don't do well with like the jump scare shit and things coming out of nowhere.
The invisible stalkers deal,
bro.
That would
that shit would be making me. That shit would make me paranoid. That they would lead to a lot of funny content. It would be a lot of that shit would be funny as fuck. That would be one.
Like in Helldivers 2, the invisible stalkers, you could still kind of see the outlines.
Oh, we had some interesting moments with them.
Oh, we did. Oh yeah.
I was like, where the fuck did he come from?
Well, run through that forest on that one planet.
Oh, that shit was creepy as.
Oh my god, when they were trailing us on both sides, and they would come out of nowhere. Oh,
it just kept seeming like there was just an endless amount of them.
Yeah,
I was like, bro, what is happening? Stanley Francois, this is releases.com. It's one of the best sites. Again, this is everything that I was asking for an upcoming game site to talk about. Video, description, release date, all of it, they have it right on this site. It's such a beautiful thing.
It is.
The next thing that is on this list is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Again, this is just flight sim. This is going to be flight sim with more mission-based content in it as well. So that's something that people can look forward to. Oh, he got all three fears up there. No problem, Stanley.
Bring it back. Everybody's talking about it in there. Yeah, fear needs to come back.
Shout out to fear, man. I just
like fear again, unless it went way too overboard. Because again, you give me weapons. The only thing is that creepy little girl. I can't imagine nowadays how creepy.
Yeah, bro, I wouldn't be able to do it. That's what did it for me the first time. I'm good. I'm so
turn
good.
around and see her just staring at you is fucking.
Yeah, no, I'm so. That's what made me turn it off. I'm good. I never played it again after that.
I hate evil little kids. Kids aren't supposed to be.
Bro, I got up to that moment and I was like, yeah, you know what? I think I might be able to do this. And then that happened and I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this. But yeah, shout out to Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Excuse me. Pursue your dream of an aviation career with Microsoft Flight Simulator. This brand new simulator is designed to take advantage of the latest technology simulation. You know what's even crazier about this? The fact that we're in an era where Microsoft Flight Simulator actually has 2 releases on current gen consoles.
Correct.
Insane. The fact that this game is even running on a console is insane to me overall and has the type of quality that it has. If this doesn't give you an example of like where we're currently at with hardware, this is why I say that gameplay elements, pulling certain things back, like focusing on who gives a fuck about ray tracing on a game like that, although I know it has it. When you can focus on so many other details and other things that really matter to the experience, that are going to be super dope. I can't wait to find one of them fucking, what is it, an A10 or is it a AC-130 Warthog?
No, it's A10.
A10. So I was about to call it right the first time. A10. Yeah, I can't fucking wait to fly one of those. I love them bitches, bro.
And the fact that you can get out now at location.
No, that's cool too. I forgot about that, Paul. I forgot that you can walk out of the planes now. That's cool. That's really cool. Well, they don't just have planes; they got helicopters and stuff like that too.
Oh, they got hot air balloons,
bro. And it's gonna have co-op. It's gonna have co-op shit in it as well. So for people that are interested in that, shout out to Flight Sim. Comes out in 3 days, actually. Fuck.
Crazy.
Then next up on that list, you got early access coming for Towers of Aghasba. Don't have any clue. I remember seeing this, but I don't remember what it is. So stay tuned in. Towers of Aghasba releases on November 19th, and it presents an immersive open world fantasy adventure where players must strike a delicate balance between building thriving villages for their expanding tribe and carefully cultivating exotic ecosystems teeming with otherworldly flora. Unleash your creativity as you shape your island according to your vision. Journey through the enchanting land of Aghasba and engage with friends that showcase your distinctive world. So shout out to Towers of Aghasba. Decado says, but does it have skydiving? You want to jump out of your plane in midair? What are we doing? Vandal says you could be a storm chaser in Flight Sim now. Yeah, that's going to be dope for people, man. That's where I saw it at Hyper King. Good call out. Towers of Aghasba was, I believe, showcased at the most recent PlayStation little showcase that they had. So shout out to Towers of Aghasba for the people that are interested in that. It does have a cool concept. Again, I like the mythical creatures in that and whatnot. I don't like when games put weird hands in them that walk around. Why do we have walking hands all over the place? Strange to me. But hey, if you're something for those adventurers out there, if you're looking for an open world fantasy adventure game, shout out Towers of Aghasba. Star Wars Outlaw Wildcard actually has a DLC coming out that comes out in 5 days. Kay is hired to infiltrate a high-stakes sabacc tournament, but as she crosses paths with a notorious gambler, Londo Carlson, she soon learns that another game is being played. It's going to come with some cosmetic bundles. Season Pass owners will get the Hunter's Legacy bundle and the Cartel Ronin bundle with the additional outfits for Kay and Nyx. So shout out to everybody that's played Star Wars Outlaws, or if you're into that. Let me see if there's a few more things here. Okay, so cool. They got a short list this week. The next game on our list here is On Your Trail. This one comes out on November 21st. It said set sail for an unforgettable retreat in On Your Tail, where the calm of a life sim blends seamlessly with the thrill of a detective story, and the knack for strategy is key. Nestled in the picturesque coastal hamlet of Borgo Marina, On Your Tail casts you as Diana, a daring soul on the hunt for the ultimate summer escape. Shout out to On Your Tail for people that are interested in this one. Seems interesting. Next, you got My Sims Cozy Bundle. Looks like a more of like a kiddie Sims version. That's kind of interesting. I can see people jumping into this. This says make adorable friends and discover creative adventures across retro re-releases of 2 lovable games in My Sims Cozy Bundle. Use your imagination to rebuild a town in My Sims and help a cute magical land become an even better place in My Sims Kingdom. So, kind of like Animal Crossing, maybe with much more customization. I think my daughter would actually really like this game. My youngest is would be really into this kind of thing. So maybe it's something I introduced to her, man. Super dope to see Sims still kind of do their thing over the years. I've dived into Sims. Sims got me building houses and stuff for a little bit of time. Star Wars Outlaws apparently is coming to Steam on PC. That's happening on November 21st. I remember hearing that announcement. Then you got Luma Island coming on November the 20th. It says explore the island by undertaking quests and assisting the local inhabitants with their challenges. Preparing to navigate treacherous spider caves, explore ancient temples, solve complex puzzles, and uncover hidden treasures. Embark on your remarkable adventure from the simplicity of an aged caravan, progressing towards the distinguished accomplishment of constructing a splendid manor that stands as a testament to your achievements. Shout out to Luma Island for those who, looking to build up a little bit of a community, build up your own island, just get your open world survival action going on, man. Shout out to that. Here goes one of the best games of the year on release, especially on the PlayStation platform, Stray. This is one of the most anticipated games that has ever released, and it is now coming to the Switch. Lost, alone, and separated from family, a stray cat must untangle an ancient mystery to escape a long-forgotten city. Stray is a third-person cat adventure game set amidst the detailed neon-lit alleys of a decaying cyber city in the murky environments of its seedy underbelly. Shout out to Stray. It's coming to the Switch.
Game of the year.
Hey, greatest game. It's the greatest game that is released in the last 5 years, man.
Game of the year. Not
just indie game of the year, game of the year. Shout out to Stray.
Can't wait till the Stray DLC hits and it goes up for game of the year now.
Hey, they need to add a DLC. I need a Stray God DLC. So I can really fulfill my 9 lives. I need a Black Myth Stray game. That's what I need next. Next on the list, we got Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. This is releasing on PlayStation 4 physical and Switch physical. So it's just a physical release for Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. Shout out for those who are interested in that. Then next on the list, we have The Devil Within Satgat. This is, you want to join Kim Rip, a royal guard whose humanity is gradually slipping away. On a thrilling 2.5D action-adventure platforming journey in The Devil Within Sagat. Uncover the mysteries of a desolate realm as you engage in stylish battles against formidable foes. The Ebon Sting, a foreboding black tower of unknown origin, arrived mysteriously and altered the formerly tranquil world forever. At first, the crimson oil that seeped from the tower seemed to bring prosperity, but soon the demonic entities appeared in over half of the population, begun to display unusual symptoms. Seems like a cool concept for a game, man. If you're into action platforming games, Metroidvania style games, this might be one that's high on your radar and list. Last but not least, we also have the Spirit Mancer. Oh no, actually there's more things that are coming out. And I think there's actually there's a lot of freaking games coming out. I'm gonna just kind of run down the list after this one, just to let you guys know what's kind of coming out and see if there's anything in particular. So Spirit Mancer is going to be one of those. Then you have Genshin Impact making its Series X release. Shout out to Genshin Impact. I know my youngest was interested in playing that. After playing Wuthering Waves, I see no point to ever play Genshin Impact. But if you don't have Wuthering Waves on Xbox, I think Genshin Impact might be a good one to jump into. Then coming up, you also have Amidama releasing on November 21st on all platforms. We also have Beastie Ball releasing in an early access on PC. Then you have Toads of the Bayou releasing on PC. You have Forgotten but Unbroken on PC. Rogue Command on PC. Mercury Abbey releasing on PC. Then you have Touhou Spell Carnival releasing on all platforms except PC. Troy Addict says, nah, Genshin over Wu. I love both though. Troy, I will subjectively tell you that you're smoking crack. But, to each your own. If you like it, if you like Genshin, hey, you like it, I love it. I'm good. I don't need baby's first action game.
Oh boy, oh boy.
That's just me. That's my honest opinions about it, man. I've played both. I put time into both. I put much more now into Wuthering Waves than I did Genshin, but it's just how I feel about it. Once Alive on PC is coming. We have Victoria 3, Pivot of an Empire. Then we got Divine Dynamo, Flamfreet, releasing on PC and PlayStation. Threshold, PC, Prison Princess, coming to Switch and PC. Hey, you want a little Prison Princess action? There you go. I can only imagine. Maid Cafe at Electric Street.
Craft Allure. Ooh, I like that subtitle.
Hey, you like? Oh, well, let's look into it. Hey, it's coming on Switch, so you already know what type of game that it is, man.
Careful.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that. There you go. That's perfect, Bong. It's the type of what you're looking for, right? It's coming out on Switch, man. Maybe that's what you're looking for. That's fine.
Look at the waifus.
Hey.
Yep.
You got Maid Cafe coming. Sears Gambit, we're also releasing on PC. Ghostface is releasing on for Mortal Kombat. I think that's interesting. Ghostface is an interesting choice, but shout out to Ghostface. Then you got Zort coming to PC in early access.
His fatality is pretty dope, though.
Yeah, I've seen his movesets and his fatalities and stuff like that. The fact that there's two of them is also kind of funny. And Decado says Genshin is also probably a test for more gacha to come to Xbox. I hope so. ZZZ should come and Wuthering Waves.
There's word that is happening, right? So Jez
Endless, yeah.
Yep.
Hey, I mean, again, I am kind of over the gacha style games. I don't appreciate the mechanic, especially when there's certain characters that come out that you have to roll for, and then when you roll for them, you don't get them. It's one of the worst feelings, because it's like, damn, I'm going to miss out on this character unless I spend hundreds of dollars, and I'm not about that. I think that's pointless, but people do it. And that's why gacha games are some of the most predatory games that are out there, outside of, because you can play them free to play and still have completely good time. Just, where I want the cool characters. Give me a way to earn the cool characters, or earn the new characters. Even if it was I had to put a little bit of work into it. I think that would be a good kind of middle ground. Let the people who want to whale, but if I can earn this character, let me do that. You got World of Warcraft Classic releasing the Season of Discovery Phase 6. Skull and Bones has a Halloween end date. And some other updates for other games that are releasing. So that was your major releases that were coming out this week. Stalker, Microsoft Flight Sim, Towers of Agasba, and the MySim Cozy bundle, and Stray, if you want to throw that in there. So shout out to those.
Hey, you know what, Nixie? We talked about the new Dead or Alive game on here. So again, if I can find a way to play Extreme Venus Vacation because it's locked to the East, although it has English subtitles for some reason, weird. If I can find a way to play that, Prism, it's a dating sim, I will, and I'll come here and talk about it.
Fire. Yeah, I can definitely see Pone doing that. Nothing wrong with that.
Although I'm sad that they pulled out the mini games again. Like, the mini games were fun, and that's like, this is just a full on dating sim is all it is. But I'll try it. If I can figure out a way to play it, I'll try it.
Decado says Pong, so jiggle physics coming to first descendant. Nothing else matters. Yes. That is true.
Yes.
That is very true.
Optional too. They're gonna allow you to turn them off if you don't want them. So
that's kind of cool.
They're making options for everybody. So if somebody doesn't like the jiggle, then they don't have to play with it.
What a concept. That is such a Marvel concept.
Crazy, isn't it?
Wow.
Crazy.
Fucking I need to return. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let's get into one of the, if not the major topic of today. We'll see how far this carries us, and we'll probably potentially bring some additional topics into it as well. I real quick, before we get into the Xbox thing, since we're talking about upcoming games, the Game Awards is around the corner. Is that this? No, it's next month, beginning of next month, right? Did he put it? Yeah, the Game Awards. Did he put a date on it already?
Yes, it's December the. Hold on, let me look at the calendar because it's.
Decado. People think that all the jiggle physics and stuff like that are just people doing December too much 12th. And for gooners and stuff like that. Like I don't really care, bro. It's cool. It's an option.
Again, it's all hypocritical after.
I don't care.
It's all
that's my point from earlier. After Baldur's Gate 3, I don't want to hear anything else about what you think is okay or is not okay. I don't want to hear it. Nope. If that's what they want to make, let them make whatever they want to make.
Correct.
Or
absolutely
say that certain things are just okay for certain types of games.
Nope.
And I don't agree with that. So
nope, we ain't doing that shit. It is December 12th. Seal.
December 12th. Okay, perfect. Nixie said there should be no option to toggle. Hey, you tell me. I think it should be forced. It should be forced to be on. First Descendant, 100% Sanchez. If I was going to pick one, all night, that's all day and night over Get You for sure. For a free to play game. Anyway, that you'll get more value out of. Anyway, I wanted to kind of start off with speaking of the Game Awards. The reason I was asking the thought process in chat, I want to ask you guys as well. And I don't think I've heard your opinion on this, Pong. Maybe you said it last night on Ultimate. I didn't get a chance to tune in. How do you feel about DLC or expansions being up for a whole Game of the Year categories? And I need to actually get the exact thing here because I hadn't seen anybody really talk about it. I didn't get too deep into it. Oh, here it is right here. Let me pull it up for you guys. I put it in the best place too. I'm gonna pull it up for everybody in chat so they can see that as well, so you guys know what we're talking about. Because I don't fucking agree with this at all. This is posted by Wario64. It says the Game Award expansion packs, new game seasons, DLC remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the new creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. It goes on to say, are DLCs, expansion packs, and remakes, remasters eligible? The Game Award aims to recognize the best creative and technical work each year, irrespective of the format of that content's release. Expansion packs, new game seasons, DLCs, remakes, and remasters are eligible in all categories if the jury deems the new creative and technical work to be worthy of a nomination. Factors such as the newness of the content and its price to value should be taken into consideration. Hey, so price to value only matters in certain situations. Anyway, that is besides the point, but I wanted to start with your perspective on how do you feel about DLCs and remakes, remasters, and things of that nature being available, and I think I know where you're going to go, being made in all categories, not their own category. He didn't come out and say, you know what, we're going to make a special nomination for the different types of DLCs and expansions that came out this year so we can show them some love and show them some light. No. This post has 3.2 million views on it, and it is signifying that in every category, this will be a consideration. What do you think?
I started the show last night when I popped in because I popped in late with a rant on this right away. I thought Fuzzy and Mav had already talked about it because it was being discussed in the chat a little bit when I popped in Xbox Ultimate. You can go back. You can go back to shows. I think it was either earlier this year. It had to be earlier this year. When we started talking about Shadow of the Erd Tree and Elden Ring and that DLC coming out. And it was starting to get, I think it was during when people started talking about how big it was going to be. And, some people were saying that
that is extremely ironic. I had doubt that they would do it.
Yeah.
But now seeing our conversations become reality.
Because I said that there was the potential. I saw the potential that Keighley was going to do this. And again, everybody wants to obviously go to the PlayStation side of things because remakes and remasters are in here, and who's doing a whole lot of remakes. Well, there's a lot of companies doing remakes and remasters, but who is doing a lot of them this generation, of course, is PlayStation. But I knew when we started talking about Erdtree, because Geoff loves From Software as well, that this was the potential he was going to do. And again, I saw this because of Cyberpunk winning ongoing game of the year the previous year. It had no right to be in that category. Cyberpunk is not an ongoing game of the year because they fucked up the game for a lot of people in the beginning. Right. And again, remember, I love the game. But because they screwed up so badly in the beginning that they had to go back and for the next 2 to 3 years, patch the shit out of it and change the entire game in some ways to get a lot of people to agree that that game is freaking one of the best of all time. That does not make it an ongoing game. It was not supposed to be that. Okay. And because they dropped great DLC, we were supposed to get multiple DLCs, right? Dropping a DLC and a bunch of patches does not make it an ongoing game. That game was never meant to be a games as a service, live service type game. Okay. But you threw it in that category, you let it win because it had great DLC. So I saw it from a mile away that Geoff could make this decision because he would have loved to have Cyberpunks in the Game of the Year conversation for that year. He didn't. And then, like I said, once Erdtree started coming around, I said this was a possibility. So it's not just for PlayStation games. And I will be consistent here, okay? This is shit. This is a shit decision by Geoff. And again, whatever your opinion of the Game Awards are, again, we're not here to talk. For the most part, they had become meaningless to me, but I still cared a little bit. Like, I was excited. I retweeted out that they're going to have the nominations on Monday, right? I was excited to see who was nominated. I wanted to have some conversations around that. I still enjoyed some of the Game Awards, right? Outside of just looking for the new announcement. This, for me personally, erases any credibility that these awards have. This is zero reflection on Geoff's part to make a decision like this. This is shit, man. Okay. I will be consistent here and tell you all, and because we had people jump in, we had some random people in Xbox Ultimate last night. I don't know why. I guess part of the Sony PlayStation Nation was all about the Xbox being dead talk this week. Shocking. But anyways, somebody was in there like, but if Xbox remaster game wins wins Game of the Year, you guys would be praising it. I'm going to tell you right now, there's word that obviously we've had smoke for a while that Bethesda, my favorite dev studio, is remaking one of my favorite games of all time, Oblivion, one of my top 3 games of all time, Oblivion. If that game comes out, let's say next year, and wins Game of the Year at Geoff Keighley Awards, I will criticize the hell out of it and say it shouldn't be there. Okay? Sure. I don't care. This is garbage. Okay, From Software, and I'm going to specifically talk about From because I think that this is really where this is going to hit, is From. Elden Ring already got its moment in the sun. Elden Ring dominated Game of the Year awards that year when it came out.
It's not even a question.
It's not even close. It got its moment in the sun. Everybody loves From Software, one of the greatest developers out there. It's great. You're telling me that you are going to dilute the Game of the Year award by allowing that team to come back in with an expansion, a DLC. I don't care how much time they put into it. I don't care how big it is. I don't care any of that shit. You're telling me you're going to allow that team to come in here and potentially win, most likely win.
It probably will.
Game of the Year award. It probably will. Game of the Year award again, when you have other teams that have been spending 4, 5, 6, 8 years of their life in some instances on bringing out a brand new game. Now, I'm not saying brand new IP because obviously if you do a sequel to a game, you have every right to be in the Game of the Year. But I'm talking about a full-fledged new game to the market in 2024. And they potentially now might not even be nominated, even if they were deserving, because now he's going to include remasters, remakes, DLCs, expansions, if the jury decides they're good enough. That is wrong. that is wrong on so many levels to do that to these dev teams. It already was really questionable how he always had an indie game slip in there. Like, I understand that indie games definitely should be awarded if they are deserving, but it was almost forced. And also, we talked about this, the glass ceiling for racing games like Forza Horizon 5 that should have been nominated, but wasn't. Right? That glass ceiling that Geoff could have put his stamp on. I talked about it at that time. Geoff, put your stamp on this. Right? Forza Horizon 5 should break through. Racing games should not be discriminated against just because they're racing games, even though that's the sentiment by a lot of the jury out there.
And it's always been like that too.
It is bullshit, right? But he didn't do that. But he's going to do this. He's going to allow games that already had their shine, their moment in the sun, to come back around with not even full experiences and win Game of the Year. This is, like I said, complete bullshit to me, Steele. Again, last for me personally, I won't speak for everybody, but any shred of enjoyment that I had out of the actual awards and kind of talking about the awards and that kind of stuff is gone for me. I'm still going to be excited for dev teams that win, that I like. Obviously, I'm still be excited for them that gets to go on their boxes and stuff. But he took away a massive amount of shine off of this, in my opinion. This should have been absolutely a separate category. Why would you not create a separate category? Create as many separate categories as you want to, Geoff, for these different instances. Right? Remakes, remasters are becoming a big thing. More and more companies are jumping on board the train. Create a whole new subsection. Right? Not a problem. Best DLC, best expansions, whole new subsection. This isn't difficult to do. I really hope, Seal, I'm not holding my breath, but I've said this for a long time, and everybody pretty much agrees on this point. Really hope that somebody does come along with a commercial idea like Geoff has had. And again, overall, in my opinion, Keighley is a net positive for the industry, has been a net positive. This is a major step back. This is a major negative for what I thought he was trying to do and legitimize some of the award shows like they do have for movies and TVs and all that kind of stuff. This is a major step back. Again, I've made that clear, but I still think he's a net positive. But I hope somebody comes along with an idea like Geoff's that's big enough that can give him competition and do a commercialized award show, because don't get it twisted. Nobody's going to quit the Game Awards because Geoff did this. No company's not going to advertise on the Game Awards because he did this. Even if it affects their game, these publishers and devs know how many millions of people watch the Game Awards from all different ecosystems. It's not just fanboys of one side or another. Everybody shows up. It's massively popular and good for advertising to get whatever your product is out there. So they're still going to flock to this, but I hope somebody else comes along that can do something like Geoff, but keep the focus on the awards and make those awards serious, like the BAFTAs, right? Like the Golden Joysticks are serious. Make them more serious, but still have this commercialized big production where it is a big night for the video game industry. Again, I can blow off a lot of the celebrity bullshit and all that kind of stuff and the pomp and stance, all that kind of stuff. But there is something cool to see this industry take a page from the other big industries, the entertainment industries, and try to do their own thing. That's why I always gave credit to Keighley for doing it. But I hope somebody does come along and try to challenge him on this and do it differently, do it a better way so that the awards actually mean something. Keep the focus on the award winners throughout the show. Also mix in your advertising, but make sure that they get their time in the sun. No wrap it up kind of bullshit after 30 seconds that we've seen. Really let the devs have their time up there on the stage. I hope somebody does. But yeah, I can't make it any more clear. I'm not excited to talk about the Game Awards now, outside of the new stuff that we're going to see. We're going to be co-streaming. It's on PM to PM's night, so I'm sure we'll have part of the family in there, Steel, too, as well. But I'm not going to be excited to talk about the awards themselves. I'm not going to be excited about the nominations on Monday. Again, this is a personal thing for me. Now he has completely destroyed it. The final step. And I'll finish with the Steel too, and we can get your thoughts and we get moving because I know you got time limit today. the next step, and I'm half joking about this, but I brought it up on last night on Xbox Ultimate. The final step for Keighley, and I'm half kidding, but I think that everybody should be prepared for this, that he could do this now. The next step is for him to come out next year and say, hey, if the jury decides a certain game that doesn't fit the correct definition of a genre comes out, and the jury decides that it's good enough to be, or it's more like that genre, they can go ahead and put it in those categories as too. And my example would be, Wolverine gets up for RPG of the year. Because we've seen those discussions because of the blending of genres. And again, I admit there's blending of genres, but there's still definitions that have to be maintained, classic definitions. And that was my other point last night too. He's erasing definitions. You have to have definitions, specific definitions, and you have to maintain those in order to keep the legitimacy of whatever we're talking about. If you completely erase the definitions, then nobody knows what we're talking about. So his next step is to start doing away with genres or allowing games to leapfrog into other genres. Right?
Yeah.
Astrobot is up for action RPG of the year.
Like, no, can we? Yeah, it's a platformer, bro. Like that's
right. But I'm just saying that his next step. Now that he's done this, like I see that happening, where he's just like, well, enough of the jury decided that Astrobot is an action RPG, so it can be in that award. And again, there is going to be instances because we've heard people arguing that Horizon Forbidden West is an RPG. We've heard even some crazy discussion that Spider-Man is a fucking RPG. And again, I'm just picking on Sony games because those are the ones that are being brought up because they have a mechanic or two of RPGs. All of a sudden people want to say, well, say they're RPG, slow blend. I can see Keighley moving to that next step and allowing games just to go wherever, up for whatever awards they want to. And I hate that shit. That's an award for everybody. Just take away all the names of the awards now, Keighley, and just give away 15 awards. Award number 1. It's just going to be random because it's meaningless. It's meaningless. And that's where we're getting to. And that's what I hate. Sorry, Steele. I went on a rant, but I can't. When I brought this up because of Erdtree early in the year, like I said, I was much like I just said about the genre. I was half joking, but I did think that I could see a moment where Keighley does that so that his favorite devs do have an opportunity to win Game of the Year again. And I just think it's shitty as fuck, man. I feel for all the devs who may be pushed out this year, next year, or in the coming years that either A, are still nominated but don't win because of a DLC expansion pack, remaster, remake, or because they don't even get nominated because they're just on the cusp, but they were on the outside looking in because the jury decided to put a DLC remake or remaster in there. I feel for y'all. So anyways, that's my rant.
So yeah, I 1000% don't agree with it. I think this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I do not believe in people getting credit, especially for game of the years and stuff like that, off of updated content. That is a category you should create all on its own, should stand by itself, and those games should be given that respect to compete against one another in that aspect with that in mind. Because again, to Pong's point, when you essentially are making the Game Awards even less valuable, right? And the only reason that we're even talking about it in the first place is because people will say, oh, well, if you don't care, then why does it matter? Or, oh, if you don't care, or if you just watch it for the trailers or whatever else the case may be, why are you complaining about it? Somebody has to continue to point out the issues that they're seeing to hopefully see some change, right? Or see things move in the right direction. Now, again, the more that I learn about Keighley himself, the more that I believe that he is just a pompous kind of dude, right? He carries himself a certain way. He looks at himself a certain way. Again, it takes somebody like that to host these types of events, right? And it is fair for him to skew it a certain way if that's what he wants to do. Is it just? Is that what I would do? Is that what I want to see from the gaming industry? No, I don't. it doesn't make sense, especially when you're trying to, quote unquote, give respect to other developers, or you let them come on stage to give their thanks and everything else, or just speak a little bit about the game. And you have constantly proven that that's not what the show is about either. And those are some of the things when I got introduced more so to the Game Awards and started paying attention to them, especially as E3 has started fading out. I was hoping that the Game Awards would become something similar to that, right? To E3, what we got from that. Maybe it became an event that now this is the new event that people can meet at, and we all enjoy this time of gaming together. And because Geoff Keighley has some of these things, yeah, we might get some From Software sneak peeks, but this also opens the opportunity, especially after Xbox has shown their new console at the awards. It just set for me, a precedent of what I would have liked to see for the future. Not to say that we still won't get these things, but it's starting to read as if, hey, this show needs to be something else, and you need to create something to where you can show more love to the devs and everything, because it's not that people don't want to see that. It's just that, yes, things are time sensitive and you want people to move on. You don't want the show to take forever. But again, that also comes down to you as the host. People will evaluate you as the host of this show for how you put it together. It doesn't have to be an all day 4-6 hour show. It could be hey, maybe we do 2 hours a day. Maybe it's a week long thing. Hey, Game Awards week. Monday, every day. And I understand that costs money as well. But if you were able to offset that by demonstrating to people that we value the industry, we want to take an additional week for the industry, maybe you get the bigger players involved. And because you do have a good connection with PlayStation, you don't think PlayStation wouldn't mind having a guaranteed place to where they have more say because of your like for them, as has been demonstrated? I think they probably would, right? They don't have their own thing anymore like that, but maybe you could kind of be that middle person for them, right? I just think that there's so much opportunity. Again, I know a lot of people point to, well, if you want something like that, there's something called the BAFTAs. Not enough people are familiar with the BAFTAs, although I do agree the BAFTAs do take an overall look on the industry better than anything else that I've seen thus far. Right. And I would like to see the BAFTAs come more west, because currently it is it's a East thing. It's a UK thing, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, again, it literally stands for, it's like the British award, something like that. Either way, it's crazy. Correct, yeah. It's crazy that they have a better idea of what we would like to see as gamers for an award show versus a person who is in the States, who has pool. You would think that he'd be a little bit more attentive to some of the subjects, some of the aspects that really matter to us as gamers, especially with the U.S. being one of the the biggest consumers of games around the world. So I did completely disagree with this. I think it sets a really bad precedent as well. As far as respect for that show. But again, we'll see how things go. Do I anticipate Elden Ring winning with this becoming a thing? Yeah, I do. Because Elden Ring, the DLC was great. It was like playing an alternate, a different version of the game. And it was expansive. But Radahn that you fight at the end of the game is literally listed as the final boss of Elden Ring. I don't even think Elden Ring is going to get any more DLC based off of what I've seen and played from Elden Ring. That means that the game is just an expansion. And again, they called it an expansion. It is an expansion of the original game. Anything that is an expansion, again, it would have been different if it was Elden Ring 2. I'd be like, you know what? It is what it is. You put some new concepts in there, cool. Sequel? Hey, it is what it is. And sure, that might be petty. Oh, so Sil, if you're telling me if they would have just split it off and called it Elden Ring 2, that it would have been okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Because they wouldn't have done that.
No, they wouldn't have. That's the whole point. They wouldn't have done that.
No.
So taking it for what it is, and as much as I am appreciative of the game and other DLCs and the remasters that get done, I just don't think it should be up there. It's like Legacy, it's like the Legacy of Kain remaster coming back out and be like, oh, it should be up for Game of the Year now. It's like, no, it's the same goddamn game. It's not a remake. It's a remaster. No, we're not. I know it's been 20 years, but just because it's been 20 years doesn't mean that, all of a sudden it can be voted up there. No, man, there's so many other things that go into that. So yeah, man, that's how I'm looking at it. It's unfortunate, but yep, Geoff can do what he wants. Again, I'm going to continue to make the point until somebody else creates a show where you get as much attention as Geoff does, because I think his last show last year did 100 million.
I don't remember.
Or was it 100 million, or was it like 10 million or something like that? Let me see the Game Awards. Type that in real quick. Let me do 2023. We pull it up here. It did 10 million. It wasn't 100 million. It was 10 million. That's what it was. Excuse me. I was off a zero. Gave him additional zero. 10 million crazy. 11 months ago. I don't
know. The Game Awards ceremony reaches highest number of live streaming viewers with 118 million people watching the event across multiple platforms.
Oh, so I wasn't off.
Worldwide. No, you were not.
So it was across multiple platforms.
Yeah, it was a 15% increase from the year prior. So yeah, it was 118.
If you're pulling in 100 million viewers, you're going to tell me that I shouldn't be talking about this?
Right.
Or I shouldn't be concerned about this, or I shouldn't have thoughts about it. That's the only thing that I don't like about the conversation, is people will automatically just, if you don't like it, don't watch it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a gamer. We don't have many of these events, and I know that we're going to get these extra things here. I'm still going to, again, it's like having a conversation. It's like I like McDonald's, you like Burger King, and for whatever reason, if we get into a conversation about why we like it, you hate me for liking McDonald's, or me hating you for liking Burger King. That just makes no sense. Why? So why is that in a situation here? Like, E3 is not here anymore. I don't have many other options. What other Game Awards are going to stand out there to get 100 million viewers? Not many. All right. I think from there would be the perfect way to segue. Gogol says those views are not true viewership. They count viewers of views. Gogol's, yeah, I understand the semantics of it as well. But the point is,
the biggest Game Awards show anywhere on planet Earth by far. It's not even close. It's huge.
That's the point. Regardless of the semantics of it, that's what it is.
Yeah, that's the Super Bowl of video games, right? That's what it is.
Essentially, yeah, essentially. Especially if they actually ended up changing it for fucking January to December and move the fucking actual date and add more games to consideration, and don't forget about the games that released at the beginning of the year, like they tend to do every year. But hey, unless it's Elden Ring, then I guess you don't forget about it.
Correct.
All right. Well, we're going to move into Rolling Stone, because I think they did a pretty good breakdown, because again, the original article was done by Stephen Totillo, if I'm not wrong on that. I believe it was the one that I was actually going to pull, and he has it behind a paywall. Again, make that money how you make your money. Let me actually go to the show stuff screen, not that screen. I still have to get the window capture. Yeah, we're going to get into the Phil conversation.
It's actually Bloom. I put the Bloomberg link in
there. You put the Bloomberg link in there?
Yeah, the Bloomberg is not behind. It shouldn't be behind.
Is that one? Does that one go over it a little bit better, you think?
That's the full interview.
The full
with Bloomberg. There's no red lines. You're talking about Phil's interview, right?
Yeah, I got one from Rolling Stone as well.
That was Bloomberg, and then Rolling Stone had a follow-up one that was released later that Mav and I did on PM and the PM. That came out that night, but it was actually done prior to the Bloomberg one. But Bloomberg's the actual main one.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, from Jason Schreier.
Yeah,
this is by Dina Bass. Excuse me.
Right, but she posted it. And
okay, yeah, I got it. Perfect. Nice. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I didn't see the Bloomberg. Again, doing it live, ladies and gentlemen. That's the only excuse that I got. Doing it live. I just fucking wasn't paying attention, I guess. So I was like, yeah, the only one I can find is Rolling Stone, not behind a fucking paywall that I can fucking read off of. God damn. All right, they got it. Oh, they got an AI voice to say the fucking to say the whole article for you if you don't want to hear it. Crazy. All right, so let's get into something a little bit juicier. It says Microsoft's gaming chief is still open to acquisitions after Activision deal. Phil Spencer is planning on how to enter and partner in the handheld device and mobile store markets. Essentially this week, after this article actually, did it come out before or after the ad? I think it was after the ad.
It came out before. No, it came out before.
It was before? Okay. My fault.
It was before, and then the following day was the ad. The ad launched the next day.
Yep. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep.
So before the ad that people that saw this, which is the most recent thing that people are really discussing about everything being an Xbox. People showing toasters and saying it's an Xbox. People showing pairs of shoes saying it's an Xbox. They're even showing old rotary phones and saying that this is an Xbox. Phil Spencer gets in there and has a little bit of a conversation with Bloomberg about the future, their goals, and says that there are no red lines for Xbox. Now, for some of the conversations that I've seen, I didn't end up frequenting my dark alleys this week, so I don't know exactly kind of the perspectives that they're coming from. But one of the things that I did see is that, again, this proves that Phil is a liar. He says one thing and does another. My Xbox is inconsistent in their messaging. Again, one that I can understand on that aspect, right? And though I somewhat disagree, but I can understand. And that Xbox is now officially dying. This was Phil's way to let the audience know, kind of like a love letter, that the Xbox of old is dead and will probably go out of business some point soon. At least that's what I've heard. But they gets into it here with, and this is again done by Dina Bass of Bloomberg. After a tough year, Microsoft Corp's video gaming chief is still looking at acquisitions and charting how to compete and partner in the markets for handheld gaming device and mobile stores. Now, real quick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to show you this face of Phil Spencer. People can say that it's not a flattering photo. I get that. Maybe they just had bad lighting.
Schreier said that's exactly what it was, that he looks fine.
Okay. Hey, look, Schreier.
He's lost a lot of weight.
I already don't believe you. But you know what this look, and just a side thing. I don't want to put it on anybody, but I know it's been a popular thing for people. This looks very Ozempic-ish.
For what?
Ozempic-ish. Like he's on some form of weight loss medication, or he hasn't been eating much because he was thicker than this.
No, he was way thicker than that. I hate speculating because he could have something health wise that we just don't know about. I mean, and that shit's private. But there definitely, as somebody who has gone through weight loss like Phil, like yes, you will look different, but this looks like somebody who is tired and somebody who's stressed out. And again, he's CEO of Microsoft Gaming, so there is no doubt that the pressure's on him. And if a lot of this decision making that they've been having to do over the past year, maybe it's just caught up with them. Dude's 56. I think I looked up 56, 57.
Yeah.
It may age again.
It's different.
Father time is undefeated, bro. Sometimes you can go for a long time with no changes, and then sometimes changes just show up. What's happened to me over the past 3 years is crazy, bro. So it just happens to some people like that. Sometimes it just seems the years catch up really quick again. It is worth just notating because of how different he looks. But again, I won't speculate one way or the other. There's just definitely been a lot of weight loss. I just hope that, he doesn't have anything health wise going on that we aren't aware of, which could also, cause that look. But yeah.
I mean, sure. and Google says
it's wrong to notice the difference. I don't think it's wrong to notice the difference.
That's my point. That's my point of bringing it up because it was one of the first things that I saw when I saw pictures going around about it. I was like, hey, he doesn't look healthy. And and to your point, Gogo, he says, or maybe he's watching what he eats.
Yeah.
I would love to believe that that's what it is. But when you're watching what you eat, your skin tends to look a little bit healthier. These are the details that I'm looking at, right? And again, if Jason says he looks fine in person, great. But again, a picture tells a lot about people. Regardless of how you want to take it. And I do think it is something to take into consideration, considering the amount of stress that he probably goes through, the different, like he's a lead of a business, bro. And to Palm's point, yes, age can't catch up with you. It's just, I feel like I've seen a dramatic change versus the last time I saw him. And it's specifically more on the weight loss side. But again, not to judge him, dog, lose weight, lose all the weight that you possibly can, get healthy, feel good, and everything else. But this comes across to me, again, when I first noticed it, and I just wanted to be honest with people, because I appreciate Phil Spencer. I fuck with Phil. He's the dude, man. He's led a lot of what I believe in current Xbox's vision, but I think it's okay to say I'm also slightly concerned for the way that it looks, right? And I don't know why nobody else in production or anything else at least gave him some more saturation, make him look a bit better before they just posted the content. And I think that's the other point of it as well. It's just the lack of care. Because there should have been more attention to this. I'm pretty sure Phil sees this and say, hey man, that's a pretty unflattering photo. You know, that's not the best. I don't think I look like that, man. Like, why does this look like that? It's like it comes across like you're painting me a certain way. And I almost thought it was photoshopped. I was like, wow, why did somebody Photoshop Phil looking older? That was the first thing that I thought when I saw it. And when I saw it was an official photo that was done and it was an unflattering pic, I was like, I don't know, man. Something is off about that. But nonetheless, it's not a main focus point. I wanted to bring it up because I noticed and, go from there. And again, it could have, hey, maybe they just don't have the good lights. Maybe that's what it is. But again, I felt like it was noteworthy to bring up. He goes in to say, additionally, deals that add geographic diversity, including in Asia, might be worthwhile, Phil Spencer said in an interview Tuesday at Bloomberg's offices in New York. Buying another mobile company would add to titles Microsoft picked up in its $69 billion acquisition of Activision Blizzard last year, he said. We definitely want to be in the market, and when we can find teams and technology and capability that add to what we're trying to do in gaming at Microsoft, absolutely we would keep our heads up. Still, there is nothing imminent, and very large deals are probably off the table at present as the company is spending a lot of time absorbing Activision Blizzard employees, he said. Again, we know that Activision Blizzard was a huge take on for them. Again, it was like 2,000 plus employees that they were taking in. It was like 12, or was it 1,200? 1,200 sounds like it was the more accurate number, something like that.
For which one?
For Activision Blizzard, for ABK?
Oh, ABK was 12,000. Was it 13,000? 13,000, I think.
13K or 1,300?
Yeah. Employees?
So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
that sounds about right. Okay.
Yeah, because they
so I was on the number. Again, I'm missing the zero.
They doubled their size, like 2.5 times their size of Xbox Game Studios and Bethesda put together. Yeah, that's how much they took in.
Yeah, and again, Gogol, I get what you're saying, and you don't necessarily have to feel like you need to defend Phil for whatever reason and what he's saying. I see people age all the time. There's just certain things that you have noticed in real life that you carry over when you see other people that you don't know like that you just kind of say, hey, I noticed this. You take that for how you want is what I'm going to tell you. If you feel differently, fine. I'm just saying that I noticed. The
other point to make, again, it's just something that was noticeable. A lot of times when we see Phil too, though, a lot of time when we see Phil, he does have makeup on too. Yeah, a lot of times he's on camera, and that's when you see him, and that obviously we don't see him in natural lighting all the time, right? So this could have just been one of those days, bro. Maybe he didn't sleep fucking very well the night before. Yeah, maybe he was on 3 hours of sleep, bro. And so he's a little bit pale, got some dark circles. It is what it is. He's obviously lost weight. Again, good on Phil, because I had even mentioned that during the pandemic when we saw Phil. It was like, hey, Phil's put on some pounds, man, for sure. Phil's got that. Phil's got that.
He was eating good. He was eating good.
Yeah, because Phil's always been in kind of decent shape. So it's just it's stuff you notice, and it is pretty remarkable change. Because the only reason why I brought up that steal is because, to Gogol's point, if you go look at the it was at the where was it? The Tokyo Game Show, where he was wearing the StarCraft. Yeah,
he looked fine there.
Intro. Yeah, where he was wearing the StarCraft shirt.
Yeah,
right.
He looked good. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah. No, but I'm just saying he had makeup on because he was on camera. Obviously, they still do that. So, but. Whatever. But
again, I mean, but that's why again, because it was that recent, well, I was just like, damn, okay.
Yeah. It's just pretty dramatic. Yeah.
Again, bring it to you guys because it was something that I thought about.
We've been talking about it. I don't agree with the people making fun of it and all that kind of shit. Again, I don't speak like that. It's just, it was noticeable. I said it in the DMs right away. I was just like, man, this guy's seen some shit, man. He looks like he's been through something. Like it was just that noticeable. So again, I just hope it's nothing. I hope it's nothing serious, and I hope it's just a bad shot, and I hope that Phil's good, man, because I love Phil too. So whatever.
Gogo says it's not against you. I just heard about it on Twitter too. It was used as console war fighter. No, I don't agree with that. I'm not playing about health, family, anything that is like personal to you, bro. I'm not. I just want to, again, if you are out there in the public eye, you have to expect that when certain pictures are shared around. Again, I'm not saying I look good at every angle. I don't. And I would expect if somebody's got that angle of me, and I know that that's not a good angle, for people to say, damn, Steel, you look a little hit today. You look like you got ransacked, especially when I don't shave and shit. You know, I'm like, damn, Steel.
Tell me that all the time. Oh, Pong looks tired today. Like I've got that a billion times. Like, yes, we all have our bad days, bro.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
Hey, he probably was playing Vampire Survivors. He was on that.
Yeah.
This gamer face. Anyway, we go on to say, we definitely want to be in the market, and when we can find teams with technology and capability to do that. Okay, my fault. I've read that already. Perfect. Microsoft wants to diversify the teams working on games by looking more to China, he said. The company developed a new mobile version of Age of Empires, a world-building franchise that first appeared in the 1990s. By partnering with Tencent Holdings, Microsoft and Tencent released the game globally in October. It's been a good area for us to learn from the creative teams that have real unique capabilities, Spencer said. The only real opportunity is to partner with creative teams in China for global. The executive, who has reportedly professed his admiration for handheld game devices, said the expectation is that we would do something in that category. Although the company is working on prototypes and considering what it might do, Spencer also asked his group to look at the market and develop its vision based on what it learns. Such a device is a few years out, he said. In the coming months, designers and engineers will focus on making the Xbox app work better on existing portable devices and partnering with hardware makers to make sure their products sync with Xbox games and experiences, he said. The Xbox app right now is good rather than great on some of the gadgets, he said. Longer term, I love us building devices, Spencer said, and I think our team could do some real innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning and what's happening now. Longer term, I love us building devices, Spencer said, and I think our team could do some real innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning and what's happening now. What is happening now, ladies and gentlemen? The reason that I'm reiterating that point is a lot of things are happening right now. Again, the handheld market has gotten under $1,000. That is a very important goal. Reason being, it's starting to become more affordable. Technology has reached, I don't think technology as a whole, but especially visual technology has reached a certain plateau without us crossing over into it, like the next barrier, at least from my eyes and how I'm kind of looking at things, right? There has to be another big jump, big change. Things look much more realistic than even what Unreal Engine 5 is able to do. And even that is extremely impressive. But there is a level of plateau that we have reached. And you see other devices starting to come up to what we had potentially last generation even, right? Resident Evil 4, as an example, is running on an iPhone. The newer iPhones, that is something that is extremely impressive, right? Not something that you probably would have seen a decade ago. Although there has been, some mobile games and things that have come out on those devices, but even games like the gacha games that you are getting, the more anime-esque games that you're getting on mobile devices. I think a game like Wuthering Waves, as an example, an open world action adventure game that has gacha mechanics, is a good example of a game that not only does it run pretty solidly on mobile hardware and is a mobile focused game, but it also can push PC hardware in some areas, right? It has especially at 4K, a native 4K, speaking of which, not DLSS, not upscale, none of that, just native resolution, can be a very impressive game for that art style, even on modern hardware. That tells me that we're coming to a point where things are meeting certain levels. Like there's variance in what we expect. Well, our expectation of quality is at this bar, but then the things around that middle bar are things are starting to catch up that were on a lower tier, and the things that were on a higher tier are are having a difficult time reaching that next level of visual fidelity or quality or whatever we consider that to be. Things are moving more in a mobile direction, mainly because of how we as people interact with our devices. Again, 20 years ago, I don't think anybody expected for us to have a phone this size in our hands. I don't think that was the expectation. 20 years ago, that would have put 2003? Well, 2004. There's no way that I would have expected that type of device like this to be in my hand. What's going to happen 20 years from now? You know, this, again, I've made this point. This phone has more access and capability than anything that we had the potential to use 20 years ago. So what's going to happen 20 years from now? What is happening right now? Now, this isn't the way that I prefer to play, right? And that is the main concern for people. We still need hardware to be able to play the games natively and download them natively so that we can have the experience that we're looking to have in the best version of it that we can have. Right. As far as input latency and everything else goes, because those things still matter to me. And that will forever be a reason why we will still have hardware, at least in my eyes. We'll have different iterations of it, but there's just going to be, it's going to be less of a focus on it, I guess I should say. It is also going to be a very real reality that what if you were able to download your game natively on here, up through upscaling features, not on this specific phone, but a device, even if it's like a Switch-like device that you can play on the go, you can dock as well. You can get external things to help power that dock to draw out more power, but you can simply connect it to whatever this dock is, and it connects to your TV, and you have a device that is literally the center of your entire home system. You can carry it from your living room to the bedroom to the kitchen to that wherever you wanted to take these devices to. And you have the consistent experience across the board. Not only that, but you can get other versions or other ways to get access to that device's ecosystem through other devices that you ended up acquiring. And I think that is the overall goal for what Microsoft is trying to accomplish. I do think that Xbox's overarching goal, and I don't know for sure. I can just only go based off of what I have seen and what Microsoft is known for. Software. What is Windows done? Windows is literally the #1 operating system across the globe. Everything has to be made for Windows. Until that changes, I don't see Microsoft having any issues. And I think they're they are constantly working on Windows to make it better. Is it perfect? No, far from. But if they're able to make the Xbox hardware able to access multiple platforms, very similar in a way that a modern day PC would be able to, while still delivering a console friendly interface, making it easy for you to access, allowing you maybe their version of dev mode, if you really wanted to make it a Windows device, maybe that's when you pay the additional $20 to get access to the Windows operating side of it, so you can use it like a computer, right? It may be still very limited in some of the things that it can do as a computer, but because it is a gaming focused box first, but you would still have those options. It's a Switch. Steam is already demonstrating that it can do it. It has the user interface for you to be able to do it. And through the innovation with Steam and something like Steam overlays, what the Xbox app is trying to do, the changes that they are making, it looks like to me that they are making and previewing interfaces that seem to be more touch user touch friendly, easier to understand. If you put it up on a big screen, maybe it gives you reminiscence of what the blades were back in the day, how the tiles work and everything in this interface. There are just signs and things that we have been seeing over the years that points to, hey, I think Microsoft is leaning more into who they are as a company, giving more users access than ever before. This has been something that Phil Spencer has been talking about since he became into power, that he has said multiple times that he does not like exclusives. Now you've had Satya come out and say, I don't see the point of exclusives. We should put that stuff everywhere. Now, again, I have also stated that the idea of exclusives have changed. And because of that, you have to find other ways to innovate to draw in the new audience that everybody's talking about. That everybody says, oh, well, you know, there's so many other gamers out there. You just got to make compelling content and they'll join the ecosystem. Well, they'll buy your box. I feel like less and less that is becoming the case. Sure, if you make good content, people will come. But you know what also will cause people to come? Pause. What'll also cause people to join into your ecosystem is making it available wherever they are. And again, I will continue to make the point, if PlayStation allows Xbox, the ecosystem, because if you allow the app on that console, you are allowing the ecosystem. What does that say about that console manufacturer who is focused on hardware? I think that would present a bigger problem where it would show that PlayStation would be instead forfeiting their outlook or their position in the console industry by allowing Xbox games to come to their platform. But they're not, it's not like they're saying that, no, Xbox, we don't want your games. PlayStation also agrees that, hey, wherever we can get the people, wherever we can get it at. We want to put our games on our platform. As long as we get a cut, we're good. Again, people are so excited about Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation. People in the Xbox community were so worried. Oh man, it's so bad that you showed Indiana Jones on that stage. Why would you do that, Xbox? You're getting it in Game Pass. The number one thing that they said that they have told you time and time again is the base of Xbox now. If you're not in Xbox Game Pass, then they technically not the user that you are not the user that they're essentially looking for or looking to keep, I should say, at least. Because if you try it and you join the ecosystem off of what they make available to you, because of all the other benefits that you get from joining that ecosystem, you play one game, you might want to keep your save data. Hey, guess what? Over here, we don't have to worry about that going away. Hey, over here, we don't have to worry about the servers going down all the time, seemingly, in 2024. Hey, over here, now there is a mass majority of third party publishers who are saying that, hey, they just can't do this exclusive thing anymore, so they're going to publish their games everywhere anyway. And things are becoming more PC-like because of, I think, mainly how expensive things have become. And ultimately, there's only one direction to go. Unless, again, well, not even both, because Sony would be more apt to do that on their end as a hardware manufacturer, unless Sony knows something that we don't on how they're going to evolutionize games further. Things are going to continue to be made very similar to each other moving forward. PlayStation is releasing games on PC sooner and sooner than ever before. With that taken into consideration, there has to be some truth to, and I think our team could do some real innovative work, but we want to be informed by learning and what's happening now, because we are in uncharted waters. So, Goes on to say the company planned online store for mobile games has been delayed as the group does additional research on the market. This is also interesting because I believe that this mobile store was supposed to come out this year.
Supposed to be spring, and then they said it was delayed until later in the year, and now it sounds like it's been delayed again. Yep.
Xbox President Sarah Bond had announced the store in May with a planned release date of July. But staffers are still talking to mobile developers, including those responsible for Microsoft-owned Candy Crush and Call of Duty Mobile, to figure out a plan. As regulatory cases involving Apple Inc.'s iOS and Alphabet Inc.'s Android, mobile stores work their way through courts in various countries. Microsoft still doesn't have an effective way to get its own store on mobile phones. So a web store would mean somebody doesn't have to go into the App Store to try to install something, but you still have to have a way to find the store, Spencer says. If we're just hoping like if we build it, they will come, I'm going to bet that does not work. That means Xbox has to make its store unique for players and figure out what will draw content creators. At the same time, it's preparing for a world where Apple and Google mobile devices are more open to Xbox. I think the ball is moving in the right direction, Spencer said. I think this idea of open platforms where users have more choice, creators have more choice, you see the momentum, right? After releasing the first batch of Xbox games for Sony and Nintendo, Spencer is pleased with the results. Microsoft would do more of that. I do not see sort of red lines in our portfolio that say thou must not. He said it's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo, he said. I'll finish it off with this and I'll pass it over to Paul. The Xbox business has never been more healthy, he said, citing growth in cloud and PC gaming as well as console usage. The business is performing right now, and I think that means a more healthy future for hardware and the games we build. Pong, from this article, from some of the confirmations that you're getting here as well, from the double downs and everything, do you think that they're saying anything new per what they've said before? Do you think that this is actually making it, I mean, I feel like every time we say that he's making it more clear, but what did you pull from this article? Because this did trying to just drop on us out of nowhere this week.
No, nothing new. Outside of the fact that the handheld is further away than a lot of us speculated. But again, they had never said for sure that the handheld was close or, whatever the case may be. But obviously the way that people were thinking, because we knew years ago that they had a Series S handheld prototype, working prototype in-house. So a lot of people speculated that it could be closer than the box. Now, my original thinking was that the box and the handheld for next gen would come out together, but I did say, hey, if maybe they do a first run of handhelds to see how it goes,
right?
And then they come out with an upgraded edition after next gen starts or whatever the case may be. I said that was certainly a thing. That was certainly a possibility, but he's obviously stating right here, making sure that everybody knows, because again, as much as, they don't interact as much with the community anymore, right? We've seen them step away after everything that went down earlier this year with the podcast and all that kind of stuff, and trying to explain how they were going to, start putting games elsewhere. They've definitely pulled back from the community. There's not as much interaction from that team. They still watch they are obviously still listening to the community. Those of us, in this kind of bubble here, because obviously he heard the chatter and he's obviously seen the speculation. So I think this was Phil's way of saying, yeah, pump the brakes a little bit, guys. We're not announcing a handheld come the Game Awards. Like we're a little bit off here. We're a little ways away. So I think that was the only thing real new out of this, which is fine. I think now from my standpoint, if I had to guess, we talked about this last night as well. I think that we get the box first and then the handheld comes about a year later after next gen starts. I think that that's probably what they're lined up to do. I wouldn't be shocked if they both come at the same time, especially if the box doesn't make a late 2026 run. If it is pushed to 2027, maybe the handheld and the box are ready at the same time. But I think that's kind of what we're looking at now. Could be totally wrong. Just speculation on my part. But no, the rest of it, Phil, people still out here claiming that Phil is doing, double speak, or he's not. Okay, I've said in the past that obviously Phil is CEO of Microsoft Gaming, the world's largest publicly traded company at points. He's got to be careful of what he says because there's stock stuff involved and he's always got to be careful. So he's very good at CEO speak, meaning that he says a lot without saying a lot. But he's been very clear, and they've been very clear about what they're doing here. Anybody who was out here denying or jumping down people's throats or, telling people to shut up just because people were saying, that they're going to bring more games to PlayStation and to obviously the Switch 2 once the Switch 2 launches, we're wrong, flat out. Again, we were out here talking about this for a long time. I said from the get-go, I didn't think there was a red line. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. I don't think this is going to be we wake up one morning and the full slate's over on PlayStation or on Switch 2. I don't think that's how this is going to go down. They're going to do this in slow steps, and it's going to be sometimes they keep them exclusive to the ecosystem, and sometimes they go out. And sometimes it'll be day one, sometimes it'll be 6 months, sometimes it'll be 2 years before it hits another console or ecosystem. But I do think they're going to do this. Steele and I've had the conversation, and I agree with Steele wholeheartedly. He's been on this board with this for a long time, especially the multiplayer stuff, the Gears, the Halo.
Yeah, there's no point.
Bring them on. Mm-hmm. Bring them on, man. Bring them on. And I've said the same thing. Bring them on. Nowadays, you've got to have the biggest player pool possible for those types of games. So I'm all for it. Do it. Like, I don't, again, is it what I personally would do and want? No, that was the beginning of the conversation that Steele went live with, where Steele and I were talking about it. I don't like Phil's comments in a lot of ways still. They still rub me wrong when it's this, to me, and again, it's just me, is this kind of give up attitude, like, oh, we can't grow the console market anymore. We can't do this. We can't do that. Just like he said about the mobile store. That's why I made a face, if you guys saw it. Because he said, this idea that we build it and they will come, just don't think that's going to happen. Like those, to me, from a competitive standpoint, again, I'm in a competitive industry in real life. I don't get competitive with my video games, but I am in a competitive industry in my real life. Been that way for 25 years. To me, that's a freaking loser ass attitude, man. I hate that.
No,
shit.
Disagree
like
with
that. That's just, but that's me. And again, I love Phil and I give him all the credit. Again, Xbox wouldn't be here without Phil. People love to forget that when we have all these conversations. Again, I've been a day boy. Statue should be built for Phil in front of Xbox because he saved it. But I just don't like that attitude. And so, no, for me, this is not the direction I would be going, but they are doing it. And nothing is going to change that. Okay? Nothing. Again, if Xbox consumers, if the rest of the 35, 40 million people that have Xboxes right now, new series consoles, obviously, is that what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If they all decide to sell their consoles, or if they all decide to stop buying Xbox games in protest of what, of not having exclusives or not having as many exclusives or whatever the case may be, then that would just speed up the process of them going third-party publisher. They wouldn't all of a sudden reverse course and be like, we're so sorry, guys. We're pulling full exclusive. We're pulling everything back. No, their big picture plans were accelerated by ABK. Now, I agree, the mixed messaging early on was horrible. You heard us out here criticizing it. The mixed messaging was horrible. There was double speak for a while there, like back and forth. Like they should have been out in front of this shit. They should have never let them get to the point that they did. I agreed with that. They should have had a roadmap on how they're going to speak about it, but it really felt like there was still internal fighting going on and that there was a battle raging about how they were going to proceed, and then everything started leaking out. But here we are. We're not going to go back. We're not going to relitigate. Nothing's going to change. They're moving forward with this process, and now they're being very clear. So when Phil said no red lines, I was like, yeah, of course not. There's no red lines. Why would there be a red line? Like, why? And again, Halo, everybody can lose their shit over Halo, but let me tell you something. Again, this is 2024. Halo isn't that. It will always be one of the GOATs of history of video games.
Mm-hmm.
Ways. That doesn't change just because Halo isn't what it used to be. It will always be a GOAT. But let's be real about where it's at. And let's be real about how the industry has changed since the time that Halo was that game. It has completely evolved into something new. So for me, if you're going to reboot Halo, if you're going to go back to the drawing board with Halo, the next Halo game, have it come. Let it go everywhere. Let it flourish. Let it have an opportunity. What a time to do it. right? So this doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
Gears head.
Yeah.
I'm the Gears head versus the Halo head. Let it flourish. Again, I don't have to like it to sit back though and take myself out of it. And I could certainly argue for why I would still do exclusivity. That's what Steele and I were kind of having a discussion about. I could sit here and argue all day long about the advantages and why I still would do exclusives. But with where they're going in the direction that they've chosen, that whoever made these decisions, the crystal ball, they're reading it, and this is their moves. And so I think what Phil did here was once again solidify for the community, because again, he is not speaking to the masses. Okay. The masses don't read this. Okay. The masses don't care what Phil have to say. He's reiterating to us, he's reiterating to the enthusiasts that, hey, there's no red line. So you could see our games. You could see the big games go. You could see the big games go at any time. We're not, haven't made final decisions on everything, which I totally believe. I think they're leaning one way, but so be it. But he's telling you there's no red line, so don't be surprised if it happens. That's fair. That's fair enough. But what he is doing, though, is reassuring those of us, and again, I include myself in this because I've already committed that if they come out with a compelling piece of hardware for next gen, even though I own a PC, that probably will still be more capable or right in line with whatever box they put out that time, even if I don't upgrade it. I still will buy the box if it's compelling. If it's this hybrid system, the convenience factor of a console still doesn't go away. And what he's saying is that, no, for the quadruple down, quintuple down, sextuple down time here, they are telling you we are building hardware. Yeah. We're not leaving the hardware space. We still understand it's important. They still have a base of people. Now, I could argue that you really don't want to dwindle that base even further. And so I would put a little bit more focus on the console. But again, that's a whole separate discussion. Yeah. What he's saying is we still have enough people in our ecosystem that makes it viable. So we're not going anywhere. That's why he says, I like us being in the hardware space. So for everybody who owns an Xbox, if you like the ecosystem, and let me make this clear again, the other thing that people forget about when they say, and maybe for them it doesn't matter, because again, their spending habits, the way they purchase things that's on them. I'm not here to argue about anybody doing that. But let's be real. PlayStation is not getting Game Pass. PlayStation is not going to allow Game Pass anytime soon on their ecosystem. That's my Nintendo is not going to allow Game Pass on their Switch 2 anytime soon. So for people who say, well, I'm just going to go buy a PlayStation because all the games are going over there, that's a decision you got to make. Please, by all means, go ahead and do that. You are going to be paying full price over there for each and every single one of those games, whereas those of us that are committed to this ecosystem are still getting Game Pass. And I don't think, from how they're investing in Game Pass right now, that Game Pass is going anywhere. And as I've said multiple times, I will ride Game Pass until the wheels fall off. If someday Phil is out here, whether it's 2 years from now or whether it's 10 years from now, he'll probably be retired by that point, so it'll be Sarah. But whoever it is, if they finally come out and say, Game Pass, we tried it, it was an experiment, just never got us where we needed to be, we are wrapping up Game Pass. Well, guess what? I will start buying my first party titles again. I will adjust whatever my budget looks like at that point to whatever happens. But gaming will continue, as I've always said. But for right now, for the people say, why even own an Xbox? That's one of my main reasons to still own an Xbox. Is Game Pass. Is my friends list. Right? Is my digital library, which again, I believe will be playable forever. They're not going to go away from that. They've quadrupled down on that too as well. Sarah created a brand new team to make sure everything was going forward, right? We heard that.
More compatible, yeah.
They're not going anywhere. So all of that is the benefit that I see by continuing to support Xbox, still continuing to be in that ecosystem. And none of that changes because of what Phil said. None of it. And again, to Steele's point, to a lot of people's points, to Mav's point, I'm in the same boat. I would do things differently, but looking at it big picture, the more successful they are as a third-party publisher now, by putting their games elsewhere, the more success they find there is more reinvestment back into the ecosystem that could keep Game Pass going for even longer than it would without it. That could result in more games than even they thought about making going forward, being a real thing. That could result in more acquisitions and more IP and more talent coming into Xbox going forward than if they didn't do it that way. Than if they were restricted to whatever their exclusive system could do, right? So for me, the better they do, the more benefits I'm seeing. What are we seeing right now that not enough people are fucking talking about still? But this is another big part of this interview with him as well, where he talks about, yet again, believing that, people should be able to play all their games wherever they are, etc. What are we seeing now? We are now seeing Xbox cut deals outside of Game Pass to get games to be Xbox Play Anywhere.
That's a good point. I wasn't expecting that.
Bro, the fact that they're cutting those deals with third party, the fact that Phil continuously talks about, we want people to be able to play their games wherever they're at on multiple devices, that tells me that is a major thing that they are working on in the background. If they're going to pull off this hybrid system, they're going to have to work out something like this. But think about that. Phil, I'm not saying that every game is going to be that. They probably will have plenty of publishers and developers who don't agree to this, right? But they were obviously cutting deals right now. Square Enix is massive. We now have 3 games. Well, actually, we got Metaphor Refantasio, right, from Atlas that just came out. Play Anywhere. We got the Pixel remasters from Square Enix, Play Anywhere, right? And we've got Visions of Mana. Visions of Mana, I believe, is also Play Anywhere. And then, obviously, they just came out with Dragon Quest III HD 2D remaster that is also Play Anywhere. They are cutting deals to give you dual entitlement. Buy one copy, and you can play it across all your devices, PC, console, cloud. Think about that, because that cloud gaming is coming as well. Your purchased games will be able to be playable through the cloud. Your entire library, or most of it, again, that's another deal too. That's the hope, but there's going to be a big portion of it that's going to be playable through the cloud as well. No other ecosystem is going to offer you that. None. That is massive value. If you own multiple devices, that is massive value.
It's undeniable, yeah.
Beyond, bro. That's like crazy. Like that is one of the best things ever. So all of that being said, that's why I'm still here. Nothing surprised me about Phil's interview. Again, understood though, Steele, with the following day, with the ad program, with the ad coming out, why he came out and why he was doing interviews again, right?
Yeah, true.
It made sense after the marketing campaign came out, because they knew there'd be lots of questions about the marketing campaign. Once again, pushing people to stop associating Xbox with one specific box. Mm-hmm. They're doing everything in their power. And I understand the people that say that is a dilution of the brand. I agree with you in a lot of ways.
They're trying to reach more audience, man.
They're trying to reach more audience. They're trying to break through to the masses that Xbox is more than just a box. That you don't have to go buy our box to invest or come into our ecosystem and enjoy the games. You do not need that box. Get that old mentality out of your head. Pick up your phone, log into Xbox.com, buy a game and play it on your phone.
Or don't even buy the game. Try it.
Right, or don't even try it. Bring up your TV, subscribe to Game Pass, get a controller connected to it, play a game.
Try it, yeah.
They're trying every which way possible to get to the masses that you don't have to go to Amazon. You don't have to go to Target. You don't have to go to Best Buy. You don't have to go wherever you shop at and go grab one of our boxes off the shelf, bring it home and plug it in to play our games. You don't have to do that anymore. And we're going even further. We are trying to expand that out. I'll end it there. I could keep going. Big topic, but I think that made much more sense when the ad came out, why he was suddenly doing these interviews and reiterating a lot of stuff again. So again, that kind of all fit in place once we saw the ads, at least for me. And I think it makes total sense. Again, I don't have to like it. It's not what I would do. I'd be Peter Moore. I'd be Pat on Sony toe to toe on this, but it's not what they're going to do. And they haven't been doing it for a while now. So now I got to take a step back and look at it as a gamer, as somebody who's invested in the ecosystem. What am I benefiting? I'm benefiting a lot from them doing this. And really don't care if other people play the games. Like, again, does Xbox lose an identity for its ecosystem? Yeah, in a way it does without exclusives. but at the same time, it has its own identity as Play Anywhere with Game Pass. And
There's
Game
other
Pass
ways.
Game Pass is still an exclusive. You're not going to find Game Pass on the PlayStation or the Switch 2. You're not going to find that value anywhere else, in my opinion. So for me, that's what I look at, and I go, I'm still benefiting as a gamer and as being invested in the Xbox ecosystem, and I can answer the question, why still own an Xbox? I still have reasons to do that for me personally, and that's all that matters. I'm not going to speak for the rest of the world. Go make your decisions, but me as the type of gamer I am, I still have a reason to be here. Nothing that Phil said changed any of that, obviously. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, my ultimate gamer vision, and I give you guys a little bit of the behind the curtain of how I look at things, or how I've always imagined things or pictured things, is people having access wherever they are. Just because gaming is a hobby that costs doesn't mean that it has to be the most expensive hobby for people to enjoy. I just don't think that has to necessarily be the thing for the future, especially. Why can't we find more people than we did previously? If the console market, even with COVID, is still capped out at what, 300 million? If that, between all three consoles, Nintendo, PlayStation, and Xbox. If we have not been able to get past that in 20 years, why would you double, triple, quadruple down on doing things the old way? Why not invigorate yourself? Why not remove yourself from the competition and say, you know what? Since we have the capital, since we have the time, since we see the direction, why do we not take a chance with this? We see Phil, he seems passionate. He seems like he got a good head on his shoulders. Again, these are things that these businesses look at. Phil cannot be a dumb dude to be the head of Microsoft Gaming. He can't be a dumb dude. The conversations that they needed to be had, making it become a reality. There is literally no reason Xbox should even exist today if we go by old metrics. And again, I know people try to pitch, oh, well, Sony's almost at 70 million and Xbox can't even get to 40. We're not a decade into the generation yet. And again, things have changed. What Phil has said previously as well, that they lost the generation that mattered, is true. Digital libraries do matter. But you know what also matters? The mentality of the generations that are coming up behind the generations that you say that you care for. The types of games that you care for. If you want certain types of games to exist, you have to find ways to reach a wider gambit of an audience who are willing to invest. And if you can show people, because that's the hardest thing about gaming. Still today, and I love using this example, people will tell you that gaming is a waste of a hobby. While they sit there and binge watch shows, while they sit there and work on their car audio, while they'll sit there and do their digital art, while they'll sit there and do A, B, C, Z through things. It is as much of a hobby as anything else. It can become as much of a passion as anything else. You can become addicted to anything. Because that's the other direction that people take it. Oh, well, you just have an addiction. You can have an addiction to working on your car. People blow dumb money on vehicles just for it to go, oh, it's going to go a little bit faster. Ooh, 10 horsepower. Let me spend $1,000.
If you're doing that, that's a problem.
But again, like, these are the things, these are other avenues. It's okay in all these other spaces, but it's not okay when it comes into gaming. Right. And that's what I want to show more people, demonstrate to all the other audiences out there. Because, again, me and Pong are two different style of gamers who do tend to blend. Right. One on the single player more side, more on me on the more multiplayer side of things. And I do lean more so into the multiplayer side of things and get very frustrated when I see the community put these negative remarks, oh, because of games like Fortnite, that's why multiplayer shouldn't exist. Multiplayer caused people to force live service games. And that's just an agenda that has started. There are people that are starting trends. Space Marine, there's games like Space Marine 2 that are demonstrating that that's not what's needed. Stalker 2, if they release their multiplayer, if that is 100% to be believed, and it is co-op, whatever it ends up being, I think that shows and demonstrates that we have an industry that is lost in things that do not matter. Why are we still talking about ray tracing when it's continued to be proven that it is a performance hog? It cuts down the performance almost in half in most situations. It doesn't matter what tier that it's on. Visual fidelity, baked in lighting can still look good. I have never played a modern game. And again, I'm not saying that there aren't differences and it doesn't look good and you can make things prettier. Cyberpunk 2077 is an excellent example of that. Going from console to PC and what's possible and what you see and the vast differences. There are differences. I get that. And I know people want to see that. Again, if you're an enthusiast, you want to spend all those extra ducats to get that, great. But guess what? Even for you who are getting a 4090, you're getting modern games who are not running those games at 60 frames, which should be a standard for gaming in totality, unless you're making a special form kind of game. I still believe that is the only mandate that we should have in the gaming industry. All games should be 60 frames. I don't care what the resolution should be baseline 1080p, 60. Everything else is extra. People who have hardware can get those extra things. We'll make it available. But if you decide to go back down to 30, that's you. That's not what we're doing. That's not the industry's goal. We want to move technology forward. We want people to experience the game, feel the game. And I think that's just what matters more. And the only way that I think that we're going to get closer to that goal is for some more of that unification to happen while still having having competition in a different way. And I think now we can truly have competition with games. Who's making the better games? Because if you ask me, Xbox has always been making the better games. Microsoft has always been making the better games. Since 2000, since 2001, they have always been making the better games to me. The type of games that I like, the type of gamer that I am, the type of gamer that I grew up as, I appreciate Sony. But that's why I'd say Sony is not in that same conversation for me anymore. Because they have proven that they don't make the games that speak to me. And that's fine. But also as a gamer, I'm going to speak out to that. Just as passionate as people are about Xbox not doing ABC things, the same way that I'm passionate about Sony not doing ABC things. They continue to take things away and people excuse it. Sony has demonstrated that they cannot release a game that has good single player and good multiplayer at one time. Xbox has done that with damn near all their IP. Halo, Gears, and Forza being the main three. Forza's multiplayer was bomb and was banging. All the way up to Forza 4. Motorsport 4, at least. Gears, nothing comparable. Halo started an entire existence of first-person shooters. What gave, I will at least say, gave people a different perspective of first-person shooters, how to treat them on console hardware, coming from PC to a console, using a controller versus mouse and keyboard. And again, we had this conversation the other night. Everybody says, what is the point of getting an Xbox? Or why are you investing in the Xbox ecosystem? Why do I have a PC, Xbox Series X, Xbox Series S, looking for ways to have access to my content in other places? You know, I downloaded Parsec on my phone so I would have access to my PC while I'm gone in case I want to hook up a gaming controller to it, like the Razer Kishi as an example, and maybe play a little bit of Monster Hunter while I got to go house sit for my mom for a bit or whatever the case. You think I don't want to have those options? Maybe I want to be able to access my PC games from my Xbox hardware. Maybe I'm traveling and I would love to be like, man, I really want to, I downloaded this game on Steam and I just want to give it a run real quick. That would give me a reason to buy the hardware. You mean to tell me that I got access to all these other things through this piece of hardware? And it's user-friendly? And Steam already has big picture mode, so it transitions very nicely. If that is the marriage that ends up happening, I'm telling you, man, that's the future that I'm looking forward to. That's the vision that I see, and I think that is the direction that Microsoft is trying to go because they are a service-based company. They have been building those relationships in the background, especially with Steam. Gabe is in good spirits with Phil. I almost feel like Gabe would give Phil the keys if he was on his dying breath. Hey, Phil, I know you're going to take care of the games, man. So that's just my perspective. That's just kind of how I'm seeing it. That's kind of the vision. And it's interesting to see, for me, it continued to be kind of doubled down on and continue to go this direction because it's interesting. I want to see how things play out. So there's
I think, yeah, great thoughts. And Justin Santos, thanks for being here. Don't know if it's your first time hanging around us or not, just so you understand that this isn't your typical Xbox fanboy show at all. Steele and I are gamers first. This is the first generation that I haven't bought a PlayStation since PlayStation 1. So definitely not that type of show, but we always appreciate and welcome all different kind of comments. But this isn't cope. This is just recognizing recognizing what one company has decided to do. And again, I wouldn't be doing it this way, but they've made this decision to do it. $1 trillion parent company with a $1 billion division has made the choice to run this way.
Yeah.
So as a gamer, that's what we're doing here, is talking about from a gamer standpoint. From a gamer standpoint, it is what it is, man. You know, I stopped my fanboyism back in Sega when Dreamcast and they stopped making hardware overnight. We didn't have like a wind down period for Sega. Literally, it was overnight when Sega decided that they weren't going to make Dreamcast anymore. And they were out of the hardware business completely. So that's when my fanboy left me. So all we're having is high level conversations about what this company is doing right now. Whether we agree or not, this is what they're doing. And nobody's going to change it. Nobody's going to change. It's like nobody's going to change what PlayStation is doing right now. Just like nobody's going to change what Nintendo has turned into.
Yeah.
Right? They're just not. But Xbox is doing something different. In a lot of ways, stuff we haven't seen. What I was going to say, though, Steele, is I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that if Xbox going in this different direction does make compelling hardware with a handheld and a box, that they can't increase that hardware base. As much as Phil says that it's capped, I think that they can still expand their hardware base. I think if they make something compelling with the handheld and the box, and they do something different, and it's not a traditional setup like we've seen, but it is a hybrid system. It does give you access to multiple ecosystems. It does some of the stuff we're talking about, especially with the Xbox Play Anywhere. I think they can convince a whole group of people. Now, how big that group is, we'll find out if it does happen this way. I think they can convince a whole group of people that maybe only do have PlayStations in their house, or maybe only do have Switches in their house, or some combination of them, to go get an Xbox, right? To go buy a piece of hardware and have it be different enough and give them enough advantages in other ways that they do invest in it. And I do think that there's still room for growth next generation. I think, again, if Xbox really leans into their AI, which they've heavily invested into, and kind of lead the way, they will have things in the box that other companies will not be able to touch. Mm-hmm. And I think that is something they certainly could do with the cloud development and all that kind of stuff. They still have advantages. And I think that if they do take advantages, not that they're going to dominate, not that they're going to hit 100 million, 150 million sold boxes, but I think they could do more than they currently have with the Series X and S. And I still think that's a thing, because I still think, as much as people are locked into their digital libraries, I still think there is a group of people who will move or who will expand how they play into other forms beyond just their norm, to this day. And all you got to do is tell them and give them a reason why. And I think they still have a chance to do that. Again, whether that turns out that way, we'll find out. But I expect one more, and I think there's going to be 2 more generations of hardware before we start seeing the tech catch up to the point where we don't need boxes, where things are great enough. We'll see. Maybe there's a bigger leap in there somewhere, but I think that's where we're looking at. But I'm excited for the future, no matter what. As a gamer, it doesn't matter. Again, the Xbox fold-up shop, okay, I could play games where I go find out places to play games. Again, that's what we do as gamers. If you are a gamer and been around long enough, you've seen almost the death of this industry multiple times. You've seen companies come and go nonstop, especially in the dev world, but you've seen, 3DO come and go, right? Panasonic tried to enter this. You've seen all these things happen. And yet here we still are 20 years, 30 years, 40 years for some of us later playing games. That's what's going to happen again, right? It is. Xbox made their choice. We're going to see where it goes. But yeah, great talk, Steele.
No, that's excellent points, man. Yeah, hopefully all made sense, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, again, I know not everybody looks at it in my perspective, and again, a lot of people think that I'm tripping or I'm just making stuff up, but it's like I've been saying this from the very beginning, and it's the way that I've always felt. I've never understood the point of exclusives. You're only limiting the type of people that can join the ecosystem, because again, if the game isn't going to be made for another ecosystem, then guess what? Those people are just missing out. Right. I don't see who wins in that other than the corporation at that time when that strategy made sense. Doing it now is just, you're blatantly telling people you don't deserve to play my game. And it's like, well, okay, well, what generation, what society are we living in where we're limiting who can play games as a consumer based off our piece of hardware? Like, this is games. Let me have access, and you tell me, and well, not you tell me, but let me decide as well who makes the better games. Because I thought that was the whole point of the exclusivity in the first place, was, ooh, this person, I like this box more because these exclusives are better. That's what the conversations always went to.
Mm-hmm. It was an identity. Yeah, for sure.
The exclusives are better. I don't see where PlayStation has had better exclusives. I just don't. Now,
but there will be people that obviously
which is fair,
love those style of games, right?
Which is fair. But
that
is why it is important to have these conversations, to sit back, be more open about it, not be so like, oh, this versus that. And again, I've done it. I was of that ilk. As a multiplayer fan, it would be very easy for you to understand, or anybody out there to understand, why I love Xbox. It's been my existence since I've become since I became a multiplayer gamer. That's the part of it that I love. That's the part of it that I enjoy. I like PvP. And guess who's been doing, where does that come from originally? PC. That transitioned into Microsoft's hardware, who welcomed the whole LAN space and created content that allowed people to connect. How can I dismiss that at any point? How can I not believe in what they're doing? They've only given me more access. I have played more games today because of Game Pass. Point blank, period. There's no dancing around it. There's no, why is it valuable to you? I'm a gamer, that's why. Oh, well, you should get this. No, I'm not using it. And why would I do that when they've proven that they're going to put those games on my platform? The same way that you feel that these games are going to come to your platform. Only difference is, when I send my games to your platform, I still have access to it through Game Pass. And people can say, oh, well, it's subjective. The win that you're getting there. Again, it's a whole other side tangent we could definitely go down. Nixie says Steele was the ringleader of the Xbox first movement in American history. Yeah, probably. No, I definitely was. Hey, anytime anybody talked to me about play, I'm telling you guys, like, before I came in this community, I assumed that all PlayStation people are casuals. Point blank, period. Anybody that invests in PlayStation, you are a casual. Point blank. And I still have problems, and I still have some times where it's just like, that's just what I've seen, what I've observed, and what I've played against. That it was a literal meme back in the day, or maybe it was just an internal thing. I felt like it went way wider than that, where people were like, PlayStation players don't want crossplay when PlayStation was denying it at the time, they were saying PlayStation players don't want crossplay with Xbox because Xbox players are better than PlayStation players at Call of Duty or at shooters, basing it off of who's been playing the shooters longer on console. These style of shooters competitively. You know what I mean? So it's like that was a whole thing for a long time. And again, I still see a lot of that. You see what your single player focused gamers, and I do think as a single player focused gamer, that's what makes you casual. You are not trying to be competitive. Once you start being competitive, that's when you become hard. That's the hardcore side of it. You take it serious. The people who care about their KD and shit, that's the hardcore. They didn't just say, "Oh, that's just a pro gamer." No, that's how it was looked at conceptually. People who stray away from competition are casual gamers, and that's fine. But you can't have competition with a competitive gamer. You know what I mean? Like that's how things used to be. How I used to look at things, man. So, but again, I've played more single player games than I've ever played before, because I've had access to more than I've ever had before. I've even went back and played games. And again, I've experienced games like Mass Effect Legendary Edition again for the first time in the last couple of years. And because of what is happening in our current era of modern gaming, there's just so many options and so many great things happening. I'm not super focused on, somebody on a different console is going to play Halo. No, I'm like, bring them on in because I need to feed that ecosystem. I want my game to continue to exist, not die because Timmy, who's 10 years old, doesn't care. Like, I don't want that. So anyway, I got to start winding things down, ladies and gentlemen. Greatly appreciate you guys for tuning in to episode 168 of Living Split Screen. I think this was a marvelous episode. Again, the Xbox topic was definitely the main crux of it. But again, like we do in other episodes, we hit a lot of different points. But Pawn, what you got? I see.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. Treyarch just made a post.
Oh,
this is listening, and this is what I hope we get from the future.
Yeah, what happened
going forward? You remember how I talked about last week? They were giving credit for for your double XP from your legacy tokens from Modern Warfare 3, right?
Okay.
That had started happening. So all of a sudden, everybody's tokens that they hadn't used in Modern Warfare 3 were showing up, right? Well, they patched that out. They patched that out this week, and they said it was a mistake, and they patched it out. Well, community spoke up and said, "Hey, Big L, Treyarch, come on, why can't we use our double XP tokens, our legacy tokens from other games?" Treyarch just made a post, said, with the start of season 1, a UI bug allowed players to activate legacy XP tokens in Black Ops 6. Unfortunately, it also introduced some potential risk to game stability, which is why it was patched yesterday. We realize how much players appreciate being able to redeem legacy XP tokens in both Black Ops 6 and Warzone. So we're currently testing a way to implement this change correctly in a future update. This allows us time to ensure stability is maintained before we reintroduce this feature. In the interim, players can activate any legacy XP tokens in Warzone. Any tokens applied in Warzone will also apply to Black Ops 6 should you switch titles or modes. We look forward to sharing you more about this change next week. Thank you for your patience. Treyarch.
Yeah, that's
Chef's
kiss.
Man.
Yeah, that's Chef's kiss right there.
That's how you do it. Again, some devs are starting to get it. Still, we've seen much better communication. We've seen them in changes, right? That the community goes, why are we doing this? Like Space Marine 2 was another example when they nerfed a bunch of shit. And people were like, why are you nerfing? It's PvE. We're not talking about PvP. We're talking about PvE. Why are you nerfing the PvE? They backtracked on all that, came out and said, we apologize. We'll make we're going to go back. This is what we're talking about. I hope the devs continue this, but for, Call of Duty, Call of Duty is so massive. Like that's dope. That's a great response. Thank you, Treyarch. Appreciate that, man. A lot.
Yeah,
so
they
did. Point that out.
They didn't have to do that. They could have stand on business and said, "Hey, it wasn't intended, so that's what we're gonna pull it." And hey, it is what it is. Again,
why would people use legacy double XP? What does that harm the game?
I don't see how it harms the game for me to have my custom character from previous games in the current game, especially with how the game's set up, because as soon as Warzone dropped, now I got access to my characters all of a sudden again, and it's a Warzone season 1, so and it looks like Black Ops 6. Like, so why can't I use these characters in multiplayer then? So hopefully there's another fix that comes up. Hopefully that's another one. Because that's
I'll take the wins where we can, right? Still, we take the wins where we can with these developers.
100%.
But I thought it was a great response, so I just want to point that out before we wrap up.
No, it definitely was. That definitely was a great response. It's unprecedented. Hey, you just don't see these types of things happen as frequently as they probably should. So when they do happen, you want to call them out. I don't think that's what we
criticize all the time. Gotta give them props when they do something right. So,
exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for joining us on episode 186 of Living Split Screen. It was a marvelous one. Again, we started it with some hot button topics, as we do. We be getting right into it, and just having a good time, man. So definitely be on the lookout for us next Saturday morning. Again, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Not only that, but my Monster Hunter World to Wilds journey continues starting on Monday, so definitely be tuned in for that, and that's from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Central, so tune in for that for those who are interested. There's going to be more clips and shorts and things like that are going to come out from that, as well as some condensed content that's going to come out from it as well. I've been trying some things in the background with some video software, just trying to see how we can make things a little bit more appealing for Living Split Screen, get more of the thoughts out there and things. Again, I still find a hard time, especially when it comes to trying to make clips for myself, finding a good place. 'Cause I'm so involved in talking. I'm very animated and everything. So it makes it difficult when I definitely get passionate about conversation and everything. But a lot of things on the rise, man. Just want to put more content out there. Again, leaning into what Living Split Screen believes in, and a welcoming community, gaming content, live run uncut gaming content, and just an overall good time. So follow me everywhere. Steel Rain I. That T is a 7 everywhere. And Palm, great episode with you, brother. Let the beautiful people know where they can find you. And yeah, man, appreciate you.
Fantastic show, everybody. Thank you for joining us again on another absolute awesome Saturday. Hope it was a great start to your weekend, or if you're like Boxenberger across the globe and it's already evening, I hope we gave you some entertainment for your afternoon and evening hours as well. But man, thank you all for joining up. Again, great conversations. We had another topic this week that was a massive topic that we weren't planning on talking about, but because people in the chat started chatting up, and you know how Steele and I roll, something catches our attention, we're going to talk about it. So that was off the cuff, and it was awesome. I love doing that stuff with all of you, so nothing but love and respect, because again, you guys make this show go, and especially Living Split Screen, more so than most shows. You make it go, because again, we do get you guys involved. We love you guys, all of you that have been rocking with us for a long time now. And again, the new people showing up each and every week, I hope, again, even if you disagree with us, even if you thought you were catching some kind of Xbox fanboy show or a fanboy show in general, I hope you heard some of what we were saying, and I hope you understood where we're coming from. And I hope you come back, because again, we welcome other opinions. As long as you don't go fanboy and some nonsense, you're always welcome in our chat. We got people in our chat that disagree with us and disagree with some of our chat all the time, and we have good conversations here though. So thank you all for this. Man, it just makes my day. It just starts off my weekend so awesome to be here with you, Steele. And thank you, brother, for all that you're doing behind the scenes. You've been streaming, again, trying to push us forward. Appreciate you, brother, for everything you achieved.
Yeah, push myself forward. It's all.
Yeah, I know, but it helps both of us, and so that's why I get it. You all nothing but love. So everybody knows how to find me, Pong Soul, on X, formerly known as Twitter. And no, I'm not going anywhere else. So I will just be X only until the wheels fall off, and then I'll make a choice. But again, right now it's X only. I'm still here. Find me, follow me. I'll follow you back. Otherwise, Xbox, Steam, GOG, Epic, you know how to get there too, Pong Soul. And then obviously tonight, no shop podcast. So we're not going to have a shop tonight. PTK's got some stuff going on. So we're just not going to have a shop tonight. We'll be back next week. We're going back to 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. Again, PTK is in that weird part of the U.S. that doesn't really change time zones. So again, it messed him up because his work, he works late now on Saturdays. So we got to go back to 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. So we'll be back next weekend. But this weekend, enjoy your Saturday night. Go find somebody else to listen to. Go play games. Do your thing. But we'll be back next weekend. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming is the channel. Boomstick's the man. I'm not on his shows, but he does it 5 days a week, and he does so much for this community. I won't stop promoting him. So go check out All Good Things Green every Tuesday for the Xbox Factor podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Check out that crew. My week starts Thursdays on Fun Speculation Network. All right, that's a Fun Speculation channel for PM in the PM every Thursday. Pong and Mav in the PM, another two-man show. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Him and I, our shows are now about 3 hours plus 2. So join us every Thursday night because Mav and I like to talk as well. We had a great show this week talking about a lot of this stuff. Go check it out if you haven't already. But that's Thursday nights. And then Friday nights, back at it with Xbox Ultimate, where never know how much of the family's going to be there. Last night it was just Mav and Fuzzy rocking until I showed up about 45 minutes late. But we always have a good time there. Great conversations. Love getting together with the fam on Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time on the Fun Speculation Network. And then, God willing, back here with my brother from another Steel Rain next Saturday. What is next Saturday? Where are we getting? Because we're the 23rd. Yeah,
23rd.
Okay. So we got, we good. Just think of Thanksgiving time, but that comes in the middle of the week anyway. Right? So is it the 30th at Thanksgiving or is it 28th? Normally it's a Thursday, right?
Oh, I mean, yeah, but I know you said
we have Black Friday. Yeah, but I don't have my Christmas with my dad is the 7th of December.
Okay,
so
gotcha.
7th of December, we won't be.
7th
of December, we won't be doing a living split screen because my dad's in town for Christmas and we'll be doing get together with him. So that'll be the 7th though. So we're good for the next couple weekends. So, anyways, listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. Whatever the hell you got going on, wherever you're playing, you got a billion choices to make right now. Next week's going to be fun. Stalker 2, Flight Sim for me. I'll be talking about those. But man, whatever it is that you're doing right now, play what you love. Love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to say thank you for coming out. See y'all on the next episode. It'll be 169. And
always 69 around here. Remember your goal.
Love it's always 69. Y'all stay safe out there. Much love. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.
I came back to let you know that I think for you and I can't let go.